Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 26. Let's go through the words. Supplial. The act of supplying a supply. Puffin. A sort of apple. Noctidial. Comprising a night and a day. A noctidial day. Illuminating. Giving or producing light, used for illumination. Eagrass. Aftermath, also, stubble and stubble field. The stubble of wheat or grass, a stubble field, eddish. Blur. A dim, confused appearance, indistinctness of vision, as, to see things with a blur, it was all blur. Constituency. A body of constituents, as the body of citizens or voters in a representative district. Confess. To make known or acknowledge, as one's sins to a priest, in order to receive absolution, sometimes followed by the reflexive pronoun. Heterophyllous. Having leaves of more than one shape on the same plant. Chink. To crack, to open. Hillside. A small thick disc of glass inserted in a deck, roof, floor, ship's side, etc. to let in light. Disseverance. The act of disserving, separation. Processioning. A proceeding prescribed by statute for ascertaining and fixing the boundaries of land, that which is moving onward in an orderly, stately, or solemn manner, a train of persons advancing in order, a ceremonious train, a retinue, as a procession of mourners, the Lord Mayor's procession. Paper mat. A hard and strong substance made of a pulp from paper, mixed with size or glue, etc. It is formed into various articles, usually by means of molds. Imperturbable. Incapable of being disturbed or disconcerted, as imperturbable gravity. Competency. Right or authority, legal power or capacity to take cognizance of a cause, as the competence of a judge or court. Modernization. The act of rendering modern in style. The act or process of causing to conform to modern of thinking or acting. Dread. Reverential or respectful fear. Gardenly. Like a garden. Saily. Like a sail. Hawk. To make an attack while on the wing, to soar and strike like a hawk, generally with that, as, to hawk at flies. Irreverent. Disrespectful, irreverent. Broad. A lay tool for turning down the insides and bottoms of cylinders. Ag, a diminutive person, so called in allusion to the small figures cut in agate for rings and seals. Indenture. To indent, to make hollows, notches, or wrinkles in, to furrow. Maroon. A brownish or dull red of any description, especially of a scarlet cast rather than approaching crimson or purple. Nose bag. A bag in which feed for a horse, ox, or the like, may be fastened under the nose by a string passing over the head. Hellenize. To give a Greek form or character to Grecize, as, to Hellenize a word. Clipping. The act of embracing. Outstand. To stay beyond. Lute. A stringed instrument formerly much in use. It consists of four parts, namely, the table or front, the body, having 9 or 10 ribs or sides, arranged like the divisions of a melon, the neck, which has 9 or 10 frets or divisions, and the head, or cross, in which the screws for tuning are inserted. The strings are struck with the right hand, and with the left the stops are pressed. Pliocene. The Pliocene period or deposits. Farming. Pertaining to agriculture, devoted to, adapted to, or engaged in, farming, as, farming tools, farming land, a farming community. Funicle. A small cord, ligature, or fiber. Purple. A disease characterized by livid spots on the skin from extravasated blood, with loss of muscular strength, pain in the limbs, and mental dejection. The purples. Curry. A dish of anything fried. Ganj. To drop from a high place upon sharp stakes or hooks, as the Turks dropped malefactors, by way of punishment. Toast. A lady in honor of whom persons or a company are invited to drink, so called because toasts were formerly put into the liquor, as a great delicacy. Spray. A collective body of small branches, as the tree has a beautiful spray. Discard. A piece of metal placed on the muzzle, or near the trunnions, on the top of a piece of ordnance, to make the line of sight parallel to the axis of the bore, called also discard sight and muzzle sight. Jostle. An encounter or shock, a jostle. Divisible. Capable of being leased, as a divisible estate. Lording. Present participle and verbal noun of lord, a titled nobleman, whether a peer of the realm or not, a bishop, as a member of the House of Lords, by courtesy, the son of a duke or marquis, or the eldest son of an earl, in a restricted sense, a baron, as opposed to noblemen of higher rank.
Uninterested,
Not having the mind or the passions engaged, as uninterested in a discourse or narration.
dowdy,
Swollen, as if from doubt.
jiggle,
To wriggle or frisk about, to move awkwardly, to shake up and down.
yuck,
To scratch.
pedant,
A schoolmaster, a pedagogue.
loggerheads,
The knapweed.
suppies,
The second joint of the maxilla of an insect or a crustacean.
monocular,
Adapted to be used with only one eye at a time, as a monocular microscope.
ever,
To emasculate, to dispossess of manhood.
angelage,
Existence or state of angels.
wastidi,
A small South American monkey, a marmoset.
reconcile,
To bring to acquiescence, content, or quiet submission, as to reconcile one's self to fictions.
inserting,
Present participle and verbal noun of insert, to set within something, to put or thrust in, to introduce, to cause to enter, or be included, or contained, as to insert a sign in a stock, to insert a letter, word, or passage in a composition, to insert an advertisement in a newspaper.
horticulture,
The cultivation of a garden or orchard, the art of cultivating gardens or orchards.
perquisited,
Supplied with perquisites.
impenitency,
The condition of being impenitent, failure or refusal to repent, hardness of heart.
shrewd,
Artful, wily, cunning, arch.
ectoprecise,
Any parasite which lives on the exterior of animals, opposed to endoparasite.
chick,
To sprout, as seed in the ground, to vegetate.
three nerve,
Having three nerves.
delphinoid,
Pertaining to, or resembling, the dolphin.
posing,
Present participle and verbal noun of pose, the attitude or position of a person, the position of the body or of any member of the body, especially, a position formally assumed for the sake of effect, an artificial position, as, the pose of an actor, the pose of an artist's model or of a statue.
ovariums,
An ovary, the essential female reproductive organ in which the ova are produced, denoting part of an aggregate or whole, belonging to number or quantity mentioned, out of, from amongst, As of this little he had some to spare, some of the mines were unproductive, most of the company.
innate,
To cause to exit, to call into being.
less,
To make less, to lessen.
embossment,
An ambush.
recompensive,
Of the nature of recompense, serving to recompense.
making,
That which establishes or places in a desirable state or condition, the material of which something may be made, as early misfortune was the making of him.
padded,
A toad or frog.
monogamic,
Of or pertaining to the monogamia, having a simple flower with united anthers.
theophilanthropic,
Pertaining to theophilanthropy or the theophilanthropists.
riding,
One of the three jurisdictions into which the county of York, in England, is divided, formerly under the government of Reeve. They are called the North, the East, and the West Riding.
palatial,
A palatal letter.
spatchcock,
An eel split and broiled.
choiceness,
The quality of being of particular value or worth, nicely, excellence.
sunnish,
Like the sun, sunny, golden.
tiff,
To deck out, to dress.
bead,
To ornament with beads or beading.
irresistance,
Non-resistance, passive submission.
phlogistic,
Of or pertaining to phlogiston, or to belief in its existence.
velate,
Having a veil, veiled.
humanoidai,
A group which includes the bony gonoids, as the garpikes.
lithic,
Of or pertaining to stone, as lithic architecture.
magnifying,
Present participle and verbal noun of magnify, to make great or greater, to increase the dimensions of, to amplify, to enlarge, either in fact or in appearance, as the microscope magnifies the object by 1,000 diameters.
perspective,
The glass through which objects are viewed.
Venus,
Marked with veins, veined, as a Venus leaf.
rusher,
One who rushes.
taking,
Agitation, excitement, distress of mind.
polyscope,
A glass which makes a single object appear as many, a multiplying glass.
and forest,
To turn into a forest.
bark,
Formerly, any small sailing vessel, as a pinnace, fishing smack, etc. Also, a rowing boat, a barge, now applied poetically to a sailing vessel or boat of any kind.
llama,
A South American ruminant Aukinia llama, allied to the camels, but much smaller and without a hump. It is supposed to be a domesticated variety of the guanaco. It was formerly much used as a beast of burden in the Andes.
as,
Denoting quality or likeness in kind, degree, or manner, like, similar to, in the same manner with or in which, in accordance with, in proportion to the extent or degree in which or to which, equally, no less than, as, ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. You will reap as you sow, do as you are bidden.
bicycling,
The use of a bicycle. The act or practice of riding a bicycle.
wainwright,
One who makes wagons.
pestilentness,
The quality of being pestilent.
polyscope,
An apparatus for affording a view of the different cavities of the body.
cardle,
A yellow oily liquid extracted from the shell of the cashew nut.
subapennine,
Under, or at the foot of, the Apennine Mountains, applied, in geology, to a series of tertiary strata of the older Pliocene period.
saturnian,
Any one of numerous species of large handsome moths belonging to Saturnia and allied genera, the luna moth, Polyphemus, and Promptia, are examples. They belong to the silkworm family, and some are raised for their silk. A very large American moth, Polyphemus, belonging to the silkworm family Bomechid, its larva, which is very large, bright green, with silvery tubercles, and with oblique white stripes on the sides, feeds on the oak, chestnut, willow, cherry, apple, and other trees. It produces a large amount of strong silk, called also American silkworm.
nelumbo,
A genus of great water lilies. The North American species is Nelumbo lutea. The Asiatic is the sacred lotus, N. speciosa.
bi,
A large, edible, siluriod fish of the Nile, of two species Bogrinobiad and before Docmac.
buzzer,
One who, or that which, buzz is, a whisperer, a tallbearer.
fenugreek,
A plant Trigernellophonum gurtum, cultivated for its strong-smelling seeds, which are
rookery,
a dilapidated building with many rooms and occupants, a cluster of dilapidated or mean buildings.
presignification,
The act of signifying or showing beforehand.
heptalic,
Pertaining to, or derived from, heptal or heptane, as, heptalic alcohol. Compare /nanthalic.
Blink.
A torch made of dough and pitch, or the like.
Octavo.
Having 8 leaves to sheet, as an octavo form, book, leaf, size, etc.
Plain.
A private memorial tendered to court, in which a person sets forth his cause of action, the exhibiting of an action in writing.
Infoliation.
The granting of tithes to laymen.
Organophily.
The tribal history of organs, a branch of morphophily.
Hemoptysis.
The expectoration of blood, due usually to hemorrhage from the mucous membrane of the lungs.
Reckoning.
The calculation of a ship's position, either from astronomical observations, or from the record of the courses steered and distances sailed as shown by compass and log, in the latter case called dead reckoning deprived of life, opposed to alive and living, reduced to that state of being in which the organs of motion and life have irrevocably ceased to perform their functions, as a dead tree, a dead man, also used for dead reckoning in contradistinction to observation.
Albinos.
A person, whether Negro, Indian, or white, in whom by some defect of organization the substance which gives color to the skin, hair, and eyes is deficient or in a morbid state. An albino has a skin of a milky hue, with hair of the same color, and eyes with deep red pupil and pink or blue iris. The term is also used of the lower animals, as white mice, elephants, etc., and of plants in a whitish condition from the absence of chlorophyll.
Obit.
A small mortar on a gun carriage, in use before the howitzer.
Hardship.
That which is hard to hear, as toil, privation, injury, injustice, etc.
Half-cooking.
Present participle and verbal noun of half-cock, to set the cock of a firearm, at the first knot.
Manganium.
An element obtained by reduction of its oxide, as a hard, grayish-white metal, fusible with difficulty, but easily oxidized. Its ores occur abundantly in nature as the minerals perlusite, manganite, etc. Symbol manganese, atomic weight 54.8.
Sauce.
To throw in a negligent or careless manner. To toss.
Adminical.
Corroborative or explanatory proof.
Rancor.
One who ranks, or disposes in ranks. One who arranges.
Insist.
To stand or rest. To find support, within, on, or upon.
Blower.
The will, so called by seamen, from the circumstance of its spouting up a column of water.
Archdiocese.
The diocese of an archbishop.
Stand.
To appear in court.
Crystallographer.
One who describes crystals, or the manner of their formation, one versed in crystallography.
Iness.
In being, actually existing, distinguished from in posse, or in potentia, which denote that a thing is not, but may be.
Stationariness.
The quality or state of being stationary, fixity.
If.
A bribe, anything given to corrupt.
Pedotheca.
The scully covering of the foot of a bird or reptile.
Tractarian.
One of the writers of the Oxford Tracts, called Tracts for the Times, issued during the period 1833 to 1841, in which series of papers the sacramental system and authority of the Church, and the value of tradition, were brought into prominence. Also, a member of the High Church party, holding generally the principles of the Tractarian writers, Pusei.
Pile.
The cow-catcher of a locomotive.
Milepost.
A post, or one of a series of posts, set up to indicate spaces of a mile each or the distance in miles from a given place.
Stuttery.
A stud, or collection of breeding horses and mares. Also, a place for keeping a stud.
Discophora.
A division of octoliths or jellyfishes, including most of the large disc-like species.
Agitate.
To move or actuate.
Altitude.
Space extended upward. Height, the perpendicular elevation of an object above its foundation, above the ground, or above a given level, or of one object above another, as the altitude of a mountain, or of a bird above the top of a tree.
Wooing.
Present participle and verbal noun of woo, to court solicitously, to invite with importunity.
Grind.
Having the hair of a different tincture from the rest of the body, as a charged kind of a red tincture.
Catenary.
The curve formed by a rope or chain of uniform density and perfect flexibility, hanging freely between 2 points of suspension, not in the same vertical line.
Obscenity.
That quality in words or things which presents what is offensive to chastity or purity of mind, obscene or impure language or acts, moral impurity, lewdness, obsceneness, as the obscenity of a speech or a picture.
Region.
One of the grand districts or quarters into which any space or surface, as of the earth or the heavens, is conceived of as divided. Hence, in general, a portion of space or territory of indefinite extent, country, province, district, tract.
Club fist.
A large, heavy fist.
Drillist.
A drill.
Springe.
A noose fastened to an elastic body, and drawn close with a sudden spring, whereby it catches a bird or other animal. A gin, a snare.
Plunge.
To pitch or throw oneself headlong or violently forward, as a horse does.
Scrimpingly.
In a scrimping manner.
Garrulous.
Talking much, especially about commonplace or trivial things. Talkative, loquacious.
Color.
Imperfect and past participle of color. A ring or round flange upon, surrounding, or against an object, and used for restraining motion within given limits, or for holding something to its place, or for hiding an opening around an object, as a collar on a shaft, used to prevent endwise motion of the shaft. The collar surrounding a stovepipe at the place where it enters the wall. The flanges of a piston and the gland of a stuffing box are sometimes called collars.
Cutlery.
The business of a cutler.
Sauterne.
A white wine made in the district of Sauternes, France.
Delabriform.
Shaped like the head of an axe or hatchet, as some leaves, and also certain organs of some shellfish.
Filly.
A lively, spirited young girl.
Event.
That which comes, arrives, or happens, that which falls out, any incident, good or bad.
Ismaili.
One of a sect of Mohammedans who favored the pretensions of the family of Muhammad ben Ismail, of the House Ali.
Crave.
To desire strongly, to feel an insatiable longing, as a craving appetite.
Custom.
The customary toll, tax, or tribute.
The ship.
To dismiss from service on board ship.
Tough.
Having the quality of flexibility without brittleness, yielding to force without breaking, capable of resisting great strain, as the ligaments of animals are remarkably tough.
Exfoliative.
Having the power of causing exfoliation.
Sack.
The privilege formerly enjoyed by the Lord of Manor, of holding courts, trying causes, and imposing fines.
Assured.
Made sure, safe, insured, certain, indubitable, not doubting, bold to excess.
Pre-engage.
To engage by previous contract, to bind or attach previously, to preoccupy.
Earth.
To cover with earth or mold, to inter, to bury, sometimes with up.
Air pump.
A kind of pump for exhausting air from a vessel or closed space. Also, a pump to condense air or force it into a closed space.
trashing,
Present participle and verbal noun of trash, to hold back by a trash or leash, as a dog in pursuing game, hence, to retard, encumber, or restrain, to clog, to hinder vexatiously.
plurifolia,
Having several or many leaflets.
pierceable,
That may be pierced.
blank,
Aim. Shot. Range.
disembog,
To become discharged. To flow out. To find vent. To pour out contents.
sphere,
A body or space contained under a single surface, which in every part is equally distant from the point within called its center.
ray,
To send forth or shoot out, to cause to shine out, as to raise smiles.
bristle,
To fix a bristle to, as to bristle a thread.
ermine,
The fur of the ermine, as prepared for ornamenting garments of royalty, etc., by having the tips of the tails, which are black, arranged at regular intervals throughout the body.
mulcd,
To punish for an offense or misdemeanor by imposing a fine or forfeiture, especially a pecuniary fine, to fine.
fermenting,
Present participle and verbal noun of ferment, to undergo fermentation, to be in motion, or to be excited into sensible internal motion, as the constituent articles of an animal or vegetable fluid, to work, to effervesce.
compart,
To divide, to mark out into parts or subdivisions.
pale,
To turn pale, to lose color or luster.
setterwort,
The bear's foot helpers F/Titus, so called because the root was used in settering, or inserting sedums into the dewlaps of cattle, called also peg roots.
landman,
A man who lives or serves on land, opposed to seamen.
anciently,
In ancient times,
refrigeratory,
the chamber, or tank, in which ice is formed, in an ice machine.
shelter,
To be taped to cover, or to a safe place, used reflexively.
pigsty,
A pigpen.
propinquity,
Nearness in place, neighborhood, proximity.
gargling,
Present participle and verbal noun of gargle. To wash or rinse, as the mouth or throat, particular the latter, agitating the liquid water or a medicinal preparation, by an expulsion of air from the lungs.
Lamarckin,
Pertaining to, or involved in, the doctrines of Lamarckianism.
likelihood,
Appearance of truth or reality, probability, verisimilitude,
bickering,
altercation, wrangling,
scribbling,
the act of writing hastily or idly,
unconformity,
want of parallelism between strata in contact,
campaniform,
bell shape,
benzoinated,
containing or impregnated with benzoin, as benzoinated lard,
fledged,
to furnish with feathers, to supply with the feathers necessary for flight,
involucred,
having an involucre, as ummels, heads, etc.
tristitiate,
To make sad,
single,
a hit by a batter which enables him to reach for space only,
fairly,
favorably, auspiciously, commodiously, as a town fairly situated for foreign trade,
ismed,
imperfect and past participle of besom, a brush of wigs for sweeping, a broom, anything which sweeps away or destroys,
flush,
unbroken or even in surface, on a level with the adjacent surface, forming a continuous surface, as a flush panel, a flush joint,
didynamia,
a Linnaean class of plants having four stamens disposed in pairs of an equal length,
hesperornis,
a genus of large, extinct, wingless birds from the Cretaceous deposits of Kansas, belonging to the Odontorniths. They had teeth, and were essentially carnivorous swimming ostriches. Several species are known in append.
ternion,
The number three, three things together, a ternary.
foundries,
The act, process, or art of casting metals.
joisted,
Imperfect and past participle of joist. A piece of timber laid horizontally, or nearly so, to which the planks of the floor, or the laths or furring strips of a ceiling, are nailed, called, according to its position or use, binding joist, bridging joist, ceiling joist, trimming joist, etc. of double frame floor, under double, no.
standard,
An inverted knee timber placed upon the deck instead of beneath it, with its vertical branch turned upward from that which lies horizontally.
convertible,
Capable of being exchanged or interchanged, reciprocal, interchangeable.
compulsory,
Obligatory, enjoined by authority, necessary, due to compulsion.
disdain,
A feeling of contempt and aversion, the regarding anything as unworthy of or beneath one, scorn.
illuminancy,
Divination by means of flower.
salmis,
a regatta of partly roasted game stewed with sauce, wine, bread, and condiments suited to provoke appetite.
seta,
One of the spin-like feathers at the base of the bill of certain birds.
venture,
An undertaking of chance or danger. The risking of something upon an event which cannot be foreseen with certainty. A hazard, a risk, a speculation.
a sibilate,
To make sibilant. To change to sibilant.
salmagundi,
A mixture of chopped meat and pickled herring, with oil, vinegar, pepper, and onions.
yesteryear,
The year last past, last year.
extralimitary,
Being beyond the limit or bounds, as extraliminary land.
inoculate,
To communicate disease by inoculation.
six-angled,
Having six angles, hexagonal.
searedness,
The state of being seared or callous, insensibility.
lapras,
A genus of marine fishes, including the wrasses of Europe, any one of numerous edible, marine, spiny fin fishes of the genus Lapras, of which several species are found in the Mediterranean and on the Atlantic coast of Europe. Many of the species are bright-colored.
tracing,
Present participle and verbal noun of trace, to mark out, to draw or delineate with marks, especially, to copy, as a drawing or engraving, by following the lines and marking them on a sheet superimposed, through which they appear, as, to trace a figure or an outline, a trace drawing.
engravement,
The act or art of producing upon hard material incised or raised patterns, characters, lines, and the like, especially the art of producing such lines, etc., in the surface of metal plates or blocks of wood. Engraving is used for the decoration of the surface itself, also for producing an original from which a pattern or design may be printed on paper.
mountebank,
To cheat by boasting and false pretenses, to gull.
organization,
An arrangement of parts for the performance of the functions necessary to life.
performer,
One who performs, accomplishes, or fulfills, as a good promiser, but a bad performer, especially one who shows skill and training in any art, as a performer of the drama, a performer on the harp.
deanship,
The office of a dean.
indemnify,
To make restitution or compensation for, as for that which is lost, to make whole, to reimburse, to compensate.
grave,
An excavation in the earth as a place of burial, also, any place of interment, a tomb, a sepulchre, hence, death, destruction.
algebra,
that branch of mathematics which treats of the relations and properties of quantity by means of letters and other symbols. It is applicable to those relations that are true of every kind of magnitude.
accompanied,
Imperfect and past participle of accompany. To go with or attend as a companion or associate. To keep company with. To go along with. Followed by with or by. As. He accompanied his speech with a bow.
learning,
The knowledge or skill received by instruction or study, acquired knowledge or ideas in any branch of science or literature, erudition, literature, science, as he is a man of great learning.
free,
The material for glaze of pottery.
beryllium,
A metallic element found in the barrel. A rare metallic element of a silver-white color and low specific gravity 2.1, resembling magnesium. It never occurs naturally in the free state, but is always combined, usually with silica or alumina, or both, as in the minerals phenacite, chrysoberyl, beryl or emerald. Euclase, and Onalite. It was named from its oxide glaucina, which was known long before the element was isolated. Symbol glucinum. Atomic weight 9.1, called also beryllium.
cosmetic,
Assuming or positing the actual existence or reality of the physical or external world.
rousingly,
In a rousing manner.
heremic,
A herm-
corrosibility,
the quality of being corruptible.
Brazilian,
Of or pertaining to Brazil.
rafting,
The business of making or managing rafts.
basa,
Imperfect and past participle of beseech, to ask or entreat with urgency, to supplicate, to implore.
lend,
To allow the possession and use of, on condition of the return of an equivalent in kind, as, to lend money or some article of food.
rise,
To move upward under the influence of a projecting force, as a bullet rises in the air.
water bag,
Water heater consisting of a tank or pipe set at the back of a fireplace or in the firebox of a stove.
conjecture,
To arrive at by conjecture. To infer on slight evidence. To surmise. To guess. To form, at random, opinions concerning.
rough,
To cut or make in a hasty, rough manner, without, as, to rough out a carving, a sketch.
adventive,
Happening by chance, or unexpectedly, taking place not according to the usual course of things, casual, fortuitous, as, an accidental visit.
feather,
To turn to horizontal plane, set of oars.
attractive,
serving to draw, pulling, attracting, as attractive power.
escalate,
Irregular, curving indenture in the margin of anything, any one of numerous species of marine bivalve mollusks of the genus Pecten and allied genera of the family Pectinid. The shell is usually radially ribbed, and the edges therefore often undulated in a characteristic manner. The large adductor muscle of some species is much used as food. One species, Vola jacobaeus, occurs on the coast of Palestine, and its shell was formerly worn by pilgrims as a mark that they had been to the Holy Land, called also fen shell. A vascular pigmented membrane projecting into the vitreous humor within the globe of the eye in birds, and in many reptiles and fishes, also called marsupium.
trudgeman,
A truckman.
delegation,
A binding up, a bandaging.
noise,
Loud or continuous talk, general talk or discussion, rumor, report.
repealer,
One who repeals, one who seeks a repeal. Specifically, an advocate for the repeal of the Articles of Union between Great Britain and Ireland.
accident,
The state of surpassing or going beyond limits, the being of a measure beyond sufficiency, necessity, or duty, that which exceeds what is usual or proper, immoderateness, superfluity, superabundance, extravagance, as an excess of provisions or of life.
pussilage,
Virginity,
zest,
to give a relish or flavor to heighten the taste or relish of, as, to zest wine.
train,
To draw by persuasion, artifice, or the like, to attract by stratagem, to entice, to allure.
chillism,
The millennium,
ballet,
an artistic dance performed as a theatrical entertainment, or an interlude, by a number of persons, usually women, sometimes, a scene accompanied by pantomime and dancing.
Ziphius,
A comet shaped like a sword.
Rashi,
A frock or outer garment worn in the 13th and 14th centuries.
calendula,
A genus of composite herbaceous plants. One species, Calendula officinalis, is the common marigold, and was supposed to blossom on the calends of every month, whence the name.
statehood,
The condition of being a state, as a territory seeking statehood.
forger,
One who forges, makes, forms, a fabricator, a falsifier.
gesturement,
Act of making gestures, gesturing.
margin,
Something allowed or reserved. for that which cannot be foreseen or known with certainty.
Scary.
The recrement of metals in fusion, or the slag rejected after the reduction of metallic ores, dross.
Falcon.
One of a family falconid of raptorial birds, characterized by a short, hooked beak, strong claws, and powerful flight.
Cashew.
A dry, brown, astringent extract, obtained by decoction and evaporation from the acacia coticue, and several other plants growing in India. It contains a large portion of tannin or tannic acid, and is used in medicine and in the arts. It is also known by the names Terra japonica, Kutch, Gambir, etc.
Cynopalia.
Having a pallial sinus, narrow, elongated cavity, in which pus is collected, an elongated abscess with only a small orifice.
Trim.
Fitly adjusted, being in good order, or made ready for service or use, firm, compact, snug, neat, fair, as the ship is trim, or trim built. Everything about the man is trim. A person is trim when his body is well shaped and firm. His dress is trim when it fits closely to his body, and appears tight and snug. A man or a soldier is trim when he stands erect.
Vertebrate.
One of the vertebrata.
Coneus.
A liquid measure containing about 3 quarts.
Melanroia.
An East Indian genus of large trees. Melanor/Aucitaticime is the lignum bit of Pegu, and yields a valuable black varnish.
Imprecatory.
Of the nature of, or containing, imprecation, invoking evil, as the imprecatory psalms.
Leashing.
Present participle and verbal noun of leash, a brace and a half, a tiers, three creatures of any kind, especially greyhounds, foxes, bucks, and hares, hence, the number 3 in general.
Dromedary.
The Arabian camel Camelus dromedarius, having one hump or protuberance on the back, in distinction from the Bactrian camel, which has 2 humps.
Shut.
To close itself, to become closed, as the door shuts, it shuts hard.
Point.
To point,
Shingled.
of shingle,
Extuberation.
protuberance,
Bursary.
the treasury of a college or a monastery.
Pusillanimous.
Destitute of manly or courageous strength and firmness of mind, of weak spirit, mean-spirited, spiritless, cowardly, set of persons, as a pusillanimous prince.
Digressing.
Present participle and verbal noun of digress, to step or turn aside, to deviate, to swerve, especially, to turn aside from the main subject of attention, or course of argument, in writing or speaking.
Shaken.
Impaired, as by a shock.
Pass.
To move or to come into being or under notice, to come and go in consciousness, hence, to take place, to occur, to happen, to come, to occur progressively or in succession, to be present transitorily.
Assort.
To agree, to be in accordance, to be adapted, to suit, to fall into a class or place.
Glyph.
A transient glance, an unexpected view of something that startles one, a sudden fear.
Hazy.
Thick with haze, somewhat obscured with haze, not clear or transparent.
Non-courier.
A person dispatched before another person or company to give notice of his or their approach.
Mask.
A mask, a masquerade.
Get.
Jet, the mineral.
Epitaphian.
Relating to, or of the nature of, an epitaph.
Base burner.
A furnace or stove in which the fuel is contained in a hopper or chamber, and is fed to the fire as the lower stratum is consumed.
Endoscope.
An instrument for examining the interior of the rectum, the urethra, and the bladder.
Appetency.
Natural tendency, affinity, attraction, used of inanimate objects.
Marooning.
Present participle and verbal noun of maroon, a brownish or dull red of any description, especially of a scarlet cast rather than approaching crimson or purple.
And chisel.
To cut with a chisel.
Vilifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of vilify, to degrade or debase by report, to defame, to traduce, to calumniate.
Royalty.
That which is due to a sovereign, as a seigniorage on gold and silver coined at the mint, metals taken from mines, etc. The tax exacted in lieu of such share, imperiality.
Survey.
To survey, to make a survey of.
Bay.
An inlet, bay, or creek, so called in the Orkney and Shetland Islands.
Cacophony.
An uncouth or disagreeable sound of words, owing to the concurrence of harsh letters or syllables.
Nutlet.
A small nut, also, the stone of a drupe.
Benna.
A prayer, boon.
Wish.
To desire, to long for, to hanker after, to have a mind or disposition toward.
apprentice,
one who is bound by indentures or by legal agreement to serve a mechanic or other person for a certain time, with a view to learn the art or trade in which his master is bound to instruct him.
countable,
Capable of being numbered.
beauty,
An assemblage or graces or properties pleasing to the eye, the ear, the intellect, the aesthetic faculty, or the moral sense.
apophthegm,
A short, pithy, and instructive saying, a terse remark, conveying some important truth, a sententious precept or maxim.
exterritoriality,
The state of being free from the jurisdiction of the country when within its territorial limits.
grade,
A step or degree in any series, rank, quality, order, relative position or standing, as grades of military rank, crimes of every grade, grades of flower.
colportage,
The distribution of religious books, tracts, etc., by colporteurs.
secureness,
The condition or quality of being secure, exemption from fear, want of vigilance, security.
dermatologist,
One who discourses on the skin and its diseases, one versed in dermatology.
solved,
Imperfect and past participle of solve, to heal, to remedy, to cure, to make good, to soothe, as with an ointment, especially by some device, trick, or quibble, to gloss over.
immaterialities,
The state or quality of being immaterial or incorporeal, as the immateriality of the soul.
sick center,
A subcanter.
bar post,
A post sunk in the ground to receive the bars closing a passage into a field.
needed,
Fed, fattened.
entract,
A dance, piece of music, or interlude, performed between two acts of a drama.
malignant,
Characterized or caused by evil intentions, pernicious.
ladyfish,
A labroid fish harprufa, of Florida and the West Indies.
smile,
To be propitious or favorable, to favor, to countenance, often with on, as, to smile on one's labors.
prelibation,
A tasting beforehand, or by anticipation, a foretaste, as, a prelibation of heavenly bliss.
canthries,
A beetle slash canthries, vesicatoria, haven 1G an elongated cylindrical body of a brilliant green color, and a nauseous odor. The blister fly or blister beetle, of the apothecary, also called Spanish fly. Many other species of Lita, used for the same purpose, take the same name, a vesicle of the skin, containing watery matter or serum, whether occasioned by a burn or other injury, or by a vesicatory, a collection of serous fluid causing a bladder-like elevation of the cuticle. Beetle, under blister, the plural form and usually applied to the dried insects used in medicine.
Stalk.
To walk behind something as a screen, for the purpose of approaching game, to proceed under cover.
Record.
The various legal papers used in a case, together with memoranda of the proceedings of the court, as it is not permissible to allege facts not in the record.
Sign.
That which, being external, stands for, or signifies, something internal or spiritual, a term used in the Church of England in speaking of an ordinance considered with reference to that which it represents.
Back.
Moving or operating backward, as back action.
Introgression.
The act of going in, entrance.
Adversity.
Opposition, contrariety.
Lizard.
A piece of timber with a forked end, used in dragging a heavy stone, a log, or the like, from a field.
Mias.
The orang-outing.
Ointing.
Avoid.
Ismer.
Shame, abuse.
Subtilization.
Refinement, subtlety, extreme attenuation.
Comer.
One who comes, or who has come, one who has arrived, and is present.
Purulency.
The quality or state of being purulent, the generation of pus, also, the pus itself.
Fiddle shape.
Inversely ovate, with a deep hollow on each side.
Chewer.
One who chews.
Bug.
An insect of the genus Simex, especially the bedbug centigrade lectularius, a wingless, blood-sucking, hemipterous insect Simex lectularius, sometimes infesting houses and especially beds. The act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct, education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in appendix.
Morbus.
Proceeding from disease, morbid, unhealthy.
Morphia.
A bitter white crystalline alkaloid found in opium, possessing strong narcotic properties, and much used as an anodyne, called also morphia and morphina.
Choking.
That chokes, producing the feeling of strangulation.
Heterologous.
Characterized by heterology, consisting of different elements, or of like elements in different proportions, different, opposed to homologous, as heterologous organs.
endodermic,
of or pertaining to the endoderm,
electrizing,
present participle and verbal noun of electrize, to electricity,
kinghood,
the state of being a king, the attributes of a king, kingship,
handicap,
imperfect and past participle of handicap, an allowance of a certain amount of time or distance in starting, granted in a race to the competitor possessing inferior advantages, or an additional weight or other hindrance imposed upon the one possessing superior advantages, in order to equalize, as much as possible, the chances of success, as the handicap was 5 seconds, or 10 pounds, and the like.
disciple,
To teach, to train,
hydrous,
containing water, watery,
ironwood,
a tree unusually hard, strong, or heavy wood,
taros,
a white to gray volcanic tufa, formed of decomposed trachytic cinders, sometimes used as a cement, hence, a coarse sort of plaster or mortar, durable in water, and used to line cisterns and other reservoirs of water.
pronouns,
To declare or affirm, as, he pronounced the book to be a libel, he pronounced the act to be a fraud.
imperative,
The imperative mood, also, a verb in the imperative mood,
expound,
to lay open, to expose to view, to examine,
paleographic,
of or pertaining to paleography,
string piece,
one of the longitudinal pieces, supporting the treads and rises of a flight or run of stairs.
ascendant,
Giving or implying assent,
ridiculed,
imperfect and past participle of ridicule, remarks concerning a subject or a person designed to excite laughter with a degree of contempt, wit of that species which provokes contemptuous laughter, disparagement by making a person an object of laughter, banter, a term lighter than derision.
tumbril,
A cart or carriage with 2 wheels, which accompanies troops or artillery, to convey the tools of pioneers, cartridges, and the like,
bestially,
in a bestial manner.
run,
To proceed along a surface, to extend, to spread,
indiffusin,
a brown amorphous powder, obtained from indican,
waved,
imperfect and past participle of wave, a vibration propagated from particle to particle through a body or elastic medium, as in the transmission of sound, an assemblage of vibrating molecules in all phases of a vibration, with no phase repeated, a wave of vibration, an undulation, a motion to and fro, up and down, or from side to side, in any fluid or elastic medium, propagated continuously among its particles, but with no translation of the particles themselves in the direction of the propagation of the wave, a wave motion, a vibration.
Trick.
A stroke, or catch, by which a wrestler causes his antagonist to lose footing.
Disconcerting.
Present participle and verbal noun of disconcert, to break up the harmonious progress of, to throw into disorder or confusion, as the emperor disconcerted the plans of his enemy.
Thaw.
Figuratively, to grow gentle or genial.
Vouchsafe.
To receive or accept in condescension.
Ventilation.
The act of ventilating, or the state of being ventilated, the art or process of replacing foul air by that which is pure, in any enclosed place, as a house, a church, a mine, etc., free exposure to air.
Sows.
A contraction for violoncello.
Motive.
That which produces conception, invention, or creation in the mind of the artist in undertaking his subject, the guiding or controlling idea manifested in a work of art, or any part of one.
Ramparted.
Imperfect and past participle of rampart, a broad embankment of earth round a place, upon which the parapet is raised. It forms the substratum of every permanent fortification.
Fast.
Not easily disturbed or broken, deep sound.
Bald-headed.
Destitute of hair on the head, bald-headed.
Enragement.
Act of enraging or state of being enraged, excitement.
Ostracea.
A division of bivalve mollusks including the oysters and allied shells.
Electrizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of electrize, to electricity.
Attaining.
Present participle and verbal noun of attain, to come or arrive, by motion, growth, bodily exertion, or efforts toward a place, object, state, etc., to reach.
High.
Exalted in social standing or general estimation, or in rank, reputation, office, and the like, dignified, as she was welcomed in the highest circles.
Furzecha.
The winket, called also furzica,
Spinescent.
having small spines, somewhat thorny.
Disrelish.
To deprive of relish, to make nauseous or disgusting in a slight degree.
Sustentacular.
Supporting, sustaining, as a sustentacular tissue.
all where,
everywhere.
lankness,
The state or quality of being lank.
replant,
To plant again.
masquerade,
Acting or living under false pretenses. Concealment of something by a false or unreal show. Pretentious show. Disguise.
infectable,
Capable of being infected.
polliniferous,
Producing pollen. Polliniferous.
subtractor,
A detractor. A slanderer.
punch,
To thrust against. To poke. As. To punch one with the end of a stick or the elbow.
manual,
A prescribed exercise in the systematic handling of a weapon, as the manual of arms, the manual of the sword, the manual of the piece cannon, mortar, etc.
plantigrade,
Having the foot so formed that the heel touches the ground when the leg is upright.
distillatory,
A laboratory, a place or room in which distillation is performed.
deponent,
A deponent verb.
extilling,
Present participle and verbal noun of extil. To drop or distill.
cipher,
To get by ciphering, as to cipher out the answer.
exogenous,
Pertaining to, or having the character of, an exogen, the opposite of endogenous.
spitter,
A young deer whose antlers begin to shoot or become sharp. A brocket, or prick.
distend,
To extend in some one direction. To lengthen out. To stretch.
Pleius,
A large American flounder Paralactes dentatus, called also breel, puckermouth, and summer flounder. The name is sometimes applied to other allied species.
Hurons,
Sing, Huron, Ethnal, a powerful and warlike tribe of North American Indians of the Algonquin stock. They formerly occupied the country between Lakes Huron, Erie, and Ontario, but were nearly exterminated by the Five Nations about 1650.
chick,
A chicken.
term,
In universities, schools, etc., a definite continuous period during which instruction is regularly given to students, as the school year is divided into 3 terms.
remaining,
Present participle and verbal noun of remain, to stay behind while others withdraw, to be left after others have been removed or destroyed, to be left after a number or quantity has been subtracted or cut off, to be left as not included or comprised.
judging,
Present participle and verbal noun of judge, one who has skill, knowledge, or experience sufficient to decide on the merits of a question, or on the quality or value of anything, one who discerns properties or relations with skill and readiness, a connoisseur, an expert, a critic.
benevolence,
Kind, benevolent.
forbear,
An ancestor, a forefather, usually in the plural.
deepness,
Craft, insidiousness.
prig,
A thief, a filcher.
dowel,
A pin, or block, of wood or metal, fitting in two holes in the abutting portions of two pieces, and being partly in one piece and partly in the other, to keep them in their proper relative position.
clitoris,
A thick and glandular portion of the body of the adult earthworm, consisting of several united segments modified for reproductive purposes.
goggle,
Colored glasses for relief from intense light.
unwarped,
Not warped, hence, not biased, impartial.
myopathic,
Of or pertaining to myopathia.
irreducible,
Incapable of being reduced or brought into a different state, incapable of restoration to its proper or normal condition, as an irreducible hernia.
archiepiscopate,
The office of an archbishop, an archbishopric.
soul,
A dirty pond.
necromancer,
One who practices necromancy, a sorcerer, a wizard.
bank,
A bench, as for rowers in a galley, also, a tier of oars.
grater,
One who, or that which, grates, especially, an instrument or utensil with a rough, indented surface, for rubbing off small particles of any substance, as a grater for nutmegs.
bowery,
Shading, like a bower, full of bowers.
rotated,
Imperfect and past participle of rotate, having the parts spreading out like a wheel, wheel shape, as rotate spicule or scale, rotate corolla, i.e., a manipulous corolla with a flattish border, and no tube or a very short one.
limbus,
A border or margin, as the limbus of the cornea.
confidant,
One to whom secrets, especially those relating to affairs of love, are confided or entrusted, a confidential or bosom friend.
idly,
In idle manner, ineffectually, vainly, lazily, carelessly, obsolete, foolishly.
Prato-Atenean,
One contemporary with, but older than, another.
gymnast,
athletic exercise,
invitement,
the act of inviting, solicitation, the requesting of a person's company, as an invitation to a party, to dinner, or to visit a friend.
intermigration,
Reciprocal migration, interchange of dwelling place by migration.
irreligious,
One who is irreligious.
connive,
A Magnesian variety of dolomite.
loathing,
Extreme disgust, a feeling of aversion, nausea, abhorrence, or detestation.
explain,
To give an explanation.
siloquinone,
Any one of a group of quinone compounds obtained respectively by the oxidation of certain xylidine compounds. In general, they are yellow crystalline substances.
measurable,
Moderate, temperate, not excessive.
watercourse,
A natural channel for water. Also, a canal for the conveyance of water, especially in draining lands.
saddleback,
Having the outline of the upper part concave like the seat of a saddle.
selenographic,
Of or pertaining to selenography.
suit,
One of the four sets of cards which constitute a pack, each set consisting of 13 cards bearing a particular emblem, as hearts, spades, cups, or diamonds.
embedding,
Present participle and verbal noun of embed, to lay as in a bed, to lay in surrounding matter, to bed, as, to embed a thing in clay, mortar, or sand.
shoppy,
Of or pertaining to shops, or one's own shop or business, as, shoppy talk.
pack,
A small pack or package, a little bundle or parcel, as, a packet of letters.
amaryllis,
A family of plants much esteemed for their beauty, including the narcissus, jonquil, daffodil, agave, and others.
rejection,
Act of rejecting, or state of being rejected.
mate,
To require, to constrain, to compel, to force, to cause, to occasion, followed by a noun or pronoun and infinitive.
bipedalous,
Having two petals.
postfrontal,
Situated behind the frontal bone or the frontal region of the skull. Applied especially to bone back of and below the frontal in many animals.
cavalier,
One of the court party in the time of King Charles I, as contrasted with a roundhead or an adherent of Parliament.
girth,
To bind as with a girth.
hydrosulfurated,
combined with hydrogen sulfide.
bastinado,
A blow with a stick or cudgel.
uppile,
To pile or heap up.
porter,
A bar of iron or steel at the end of which a forging is made, especially a long, large bar, to the end of which a heavy forging is attached, and by means of which the forging is lifted and handled in hammering and heating, called also porter bar.
sani,
The sandpiper.
obliteration,
The act of obliterating, barking or snarling.
period,
The punctuation point that marks the end of a complete sentence, or of an abbreviated word.
required,
Imperfect and past participle of require. To demand, to insist upon having, to claim as by right and authority, to exact, as, to require the surrender of property.
seraphical,
Of or pertaining to seraph, becoming, or suitable to, a seraph, angelic, sublime, pure, refined.
garble,
One of the planks next the keel on the outside, which form the garboard straight.
hurrah,
A word used as a shout of joy, triumph, applause, encouragement, or welcome.
accumulation,
The act of accumulating, the state of being accumulated, or that which is accumulated, as an accumulation of earth, of sand, of evils, of wealth, of honors.
flicker,
To flutter, to flap the wings without flying.
emblazoneries,
The act or art of an emblazoner, heraldic or ornamental decoration, as pictures or figures on shields, standards, etc. Emblazonment.
cumber,
Encumbrance.
hawk,
To clear the throat with an audible sound by forcing an expiratory current of air through the narrow passage between the depressed soft palate and the root of the tongue, thus aiding in the removal of foreign substances.
scores,
Barter.
patrist,
One versed in patristics.
thoroughgoing,
Going all lengths, extreme, thorough place, less common in this sense.
inessential,
Not essential, unessential.
surely,
To write Sholia, to annotate.
infused,
Imperfect and past participle of infuse, to steep in water or other fluid without boiling, for the purpose of extracting medicinal qualities, to soak.
checkmate,
To defeat completely, to terminate, to thwart.
agonizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of agonize, to cause to suffer agony, to subject to extreme pain, to torture.
Compassionately.
In a compassionate manner, mercifully.
Viennese.
An inhabitant, or the inhabitants, of Vienna.
Cricoid.
Resembling a ring, set especially of the cartilage at the larynx, and the adjoining parts.
Profile.
To draw the outline of, to draw in profile, as an architectural member.
Tuck.
To enclose, to put within, to press into a close place, as, to tuck a child into a bed, to tuck a book under one's arm, or into a pocket.
Interact.
A short act or piece between others, as in a play, an interlude, hence, intermediate employment or time.
Differential.
Relating to or indicating a difference, creating a difference, discriminating, special, as, differential characteristics, differential duties, a differential rate.
Dispatch.
The act of sending a message or messenger in haste or on important business.
Same.
Not different or other, not another or others, identical, unchanged.
Hostler.
The person who has the care of horses at an inn or stable. Hence, anyone who takes care of horses, a groom, so called because the innkeeper formerly attended to this duty in person.
Inode.
To clear of knots, to make clear.
Hoop.
A circle, or combination of circles, of thin whalebone, metal, or other elastic material, used for expanding the skirts of ladies' dresses, crinoline, used chiefly in the plural.
Unicity.
The condition of being united, quality of the unique, unification.
Mischievous.
Causing mischief, harmful, hurtful, now often applied where the evil is done carelessly or in sport, as a mischievous child.
Feeding.
The act of eating, or of supplying with food, the process of fattening.
Plebeian.
Of or pertaining to the Roman plebs, or common people.
Well-meaning.
Having a good intention.
Dynamitism.
The work of dynamiters.
Presageful.
Full of presages, ominous.
Diluvial.
Effected or produced by a flood or deluge of water, set of coarse and imperfectly stratified deposits along ancient or existing water courses. Similar unstratified deposits were formed by the agency of ice. The time of deposition has been called the Diluvian epoch. A cavity open at one end, as the blind end of a canal or duct.
Pickaninny.
A small child, especially a Negro or mulatto infant.
Sweat.
The act of sweating, or the state of one who sweats, hence, labor, toil, drudgery.
Anatomize.
To dissect, to cut in pieces, as an animal vegetable body, for the purpose of displaying or examining the structure and use of the several parts.
Red.
To interpret, to explain.
Sympalmus.
Having the two main flexor tendons of the toes blended together.
Verse.
To make verses, to versify.
Hatchery.
A house for hatching fish, etc.
Heptid.
An atom which has a valence of 7, and which can be theoretically combined with, substituted for, or replaced by, 7 monad atoms or radicals, as iodine is a heptid in iodic acid, also used as an adjective.
Solidification.
Act of solidifying, or state of being solidified.
Rational.
Having reason, or the faculty of reasoning, endowed with reason or understanding, reasoning.
Reticent.
Inclined to keep silent, reserved, uncommunicative.
Underpraise.
To praise below desert.
Robin.
A small European singing bird, Erythicus rebecula, having a reddish breast, called also robin redbreast, robin and ruddy.
Isohietos.
An isohietos line.
Auberge.
An in.
Ponderous.
Very heavy, weighty, as a ponderous shield, a ponderous load, the ponderous elephant.
Vitellogene.
A gland secreting the yolk of the eggs in trematobes, turbellarians, and some other helminths.
Opinionable.
Being, or capable of being, a matter of opinion, that can be thought, not positively settled, as an opinionable doctrine.
Pia mater.
The delicate and highly vascular membrane immediately investing the brain and spinal cord.
Pentascopic.
Literally, seeing everything, a term applied to eyeglasses or spectacles divided into two segments, the upper being designed for distant vision, the lower for vision of near objects.
Presagement.
The act or art of presaging, a foreboding.
Well a day.
Alas, well away.
Franking.
A method of forming a joint at the intersection of window sash bars, by cutting away only enough wood to show a miter.
misconceived,
Imperfect and past participle of misconceive, to conceive wrongly, to interpret incorrectly, to receive a false notion of, to misjudge, to misapprehend.
coalition,
The act of coalescing, union into a body or mass, as of separate bodies or parts, as a coalition of atoms.
travel,
The act of traveling, or journeying from place to place, a journey.
antispasmodic,
Against spasms.
vulva,
The external parts of the female genital organs, sometimes the opening between the projecting parts of the external organs.
microscopical,
Very small, visible only by the aid of a microscope, as a microscopic insect.
hitch,
A sudden movement or a pull up, as the sailor gave his trousers a hitch.
yellowtail,
Any one of several species of marine carandoid fishes of the genus Cereola, especially the large California species S. dorsalis, which sometimes weighs 30 or 40 pounds, and is highly esteemed as a food fish, called also cavacina, and white salmon.
interpose,
The act of interposing, or the state of being interposed, being, placing, or coming between, mediation.
lobish,
Like a lob, consisting of lobs.
bronzide,
A metal so prepared as to have the appearance of bronze.
phylactery,
Of or pertaining to phylacteries.
axillars,
Feathers connecting the under surface of the wing and the body, and concealed by the closed wing.
neater,
One who needs anything.
muriated,
Prepared with chloride of silver through the agency of common salt.
ungainly,
Unsuitable. Unprofitable.
expiration,
The last emission of breath, death.
Noel,
A kind of hymn, or canticle, of medieval origin, sung in honor of the Nativity of our Lord, a Christmas carol.
delacerating,
Present participle and verbal noun of delacerate, to rend asunder, to tear to pieces.
cutba,
An address or public prayer read from the steps of the pulpit in Mohammedan mosques, offering glory to God, praising Mohammed and his descendants, and the ruling princes.
Cainozoic,
Belonging to the most recent division of geological time, including the Tertiary, or Age of Mammals, and the Quaternary, or Age of Man, written also Cenozoic, Cainozoic, Cainozoic, the science which treats of the structure and mineral constitution of the globe. Structural geology of its history as regards rocks, minerals, rivers, valleys, mountains, climates, life, etc. Historical geology of the causes and methods by which its structure, features, changes, and conditions have been produced. Dynamical geology of or pertaining to geology, or the science of the earth.
Heterophyllous.
Having the raphy terminating about halfway between the chalaza and the orifice, amphitropous, set of an ovule.
Injuring.
Present participle and verbal noun of injure, to do harm to impair the excellence and value of, to hurt, to damage, used in a variety of senses, as, to hurt or wound, as the person, to impair soundness, as of health, to damage or lessen the value of, as goods or estate, to slander, tarnish, or impair, as reputation or character, to impair or diminish, as happiness or virtue, to give pain to, as the sensibilities or the feelings, to grieve, to annoy, to impair, as the intellect or mind.
Castor oil.
A mild cathartic oil, expressed or extracted from the seeds of the Ricinus communis, or Palma Christi, when fresh the oil is inodorous and insipid.
Ramparting.
Present participle and verbal noun of rampart, a broad embankment of earth round a place, upon which the parapet is raised. It forms the substratum of every permanent fortification.
Glamour.
To stun with noise.
Amphibolous.
Ambiguous, doubtful.
Speech.
The act of speaking, that which is spoken, words, as expressing ideas, language, conversation.
Globefish.
A plectognath fish of the genera Diodon, Tetrodon, and Elygenera. The globefishes can suck in water or air and distend the body to more or less globular form, called also porcupine fish, and sea hedgehog, a genus of Spinos, plectognath fishes, having the teeth of each jaw united into a single beak-like blade. They are able to inflate the body by taking in air or water, and, hence, are called globefishes, swellfishes, etc., called also porcupine fishes, and sea hedgehogs.
Concede.
To admit to be true, to acknowledge.
Racket.
A snowshoe formed of cords stretched across a long and narrow frame of light wood.
Diastasis.
A forcible of bones without fracture.
Inside.
The part within, interior or internal portion, content.
Preparation.
The act or process of separating the finer parts of drugs from the coarser by sifting.
Allies.
A pole or a frame raised as a sea beacon or a landmark.
Showered.
Imperfect and past participle of shower, that which resembles a shower in falling or passing through the air copiously and rapidly.
Moroxylate.
of, pertaining to, or derived from, the mulberry, morit.
Interpellation.
Official summons or citation.
Apprise.
Notice, information.
Airtight.
A stove the draft of which can be almost entirely shut off.
Will.
The choice which is made, a determination or preference which results from the act or exercise of the power of choice, a volition.
Drosky.
A low, four-wheeled, open carriage, used in Russia, consisting of a kind of long, narrow bench, on which the passengers ride as on a saddle, with their feet reaching nearly to the ground. Other kinds of vehicles are now so called, especially a kind of victoria drawn by one or two horses, and used as a public carriage in German cities.
Inert.
To graph by uniting, as a scion, to stop, without separating either from its root before the union is complete, also called to graph by approach.
Cancrinite.
A mineral occurring in hexagonal crystals, also massive, generally of a yellow color, containing silica, alumina, lime, soda, and carbon dioxide.
Frost.
The act of freezing, applied chiefly to the congelation of water, congelation of fluids.
Ontogeny.
The history of the individual development of an organism, the history of the evolution of the germ, the development of an individual organism, in distinction from phylogeny, or evolution of the tribe, called also henogenesis, henogeny.
Spherical.
Of or pertaining to the heavenly orbs, or to the sphere or spheres in which, according to ancient astronomy and astrology, they were set.
Horizontal.
Measured or contained in a plane of the horizon, as horizontal distance.
Pulled.
Imperfect and past participle of pull, to cut off, to remove by clipping, shearing, etc. To mow or crop, sometimes with off, as, to pull the hair, to pull wool, to pull grass.
Dog briar.
The dog rose.
Rechab.
One of the descendants of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, all of whom by his injunction abstained from the use of intoxicating drinks and even from planting the vine. Jeremiah 35:2-19. Also, in modern times, a member of a certain society of abstainers from alcoholic liquors.
Circumvection.
The act of carrying anything around, or the state of being so carried.
Orgy.
A frantic revel, drunken revelry, a sacrifice accompanied by certain ceremonies in honor of some pagan deity, especially the ceremonies observed by the Greeks and Romans in the worship of Dionysus, or Bacchus, which were characterized by wild and dissolute revelry.
hotbed,
A bed of earth heated by fermenting manure or other substances, and covered with glass, intended for raising early plants, or for nourishing exotics.
gentry,
Nobility of birth or of character, gentility.
surbedded,
Imperfect and past participle of serb, to set edgewise, as a stone, that is, to set it in a position different from that which it had in the quarry.
hypothecation,
The act or contract by which property is hypothecated, a right which a creditor has in or to the property of his debtor, in virtue of which he may cause it to be sold and the price appropriated in payment of his debt. This is a right in the thing, or jus in re.
indistinguishably,
In an indistinguishable manner.
honor,
That to which esteem or consideration is paid, distinguished position, higher rank.
Saturn,
The metal lead.
interlapse,
The lapse or interval of time between two events.
Ottawas,
A tribe of Indians who, when first known, lived on the Ottawa River. Most of them subsequently migrated to the southwestern shore of Lake Superior.
traverse,
A barrier, sliding door, movable screen, curtain, or the like.
sacculo-utricular,
Pertaining to the sacculus and utriculus of the ear.
pawn,
A kind of bread, a kind of Johnny cake.
influence,
To control or move by power, physical or moral. To affect by gentle action, to exert an influence upon, to modify, bias, or sway, to move, to persuade, to induce.
anacathartic,
Producing vomiting or expectoration.
realistic,
Of or pertaining to the realists, in the manner of the realists, characterized by realism rather than by imagination.
irreversibility,
The state or quality of being irreversible, irreversibleness.
rust,
Corrosive or injurious accretion or influence.
militiaman,
One who belongs to the militia.
confirmatory,
Pertaining to the right of confirmation.
Aulus,
Wanting reverence, void of respectful fear.
eruptive,
Breaking out or bursting forth.
worsen,
To grow or become worse.
liberal,
Bestowing in a large and noble way, as a freeman, generous, bounteous, open-handed, as a liberal giver.
morinden,
The yellow dye stuff extracted from the root bark of an East Indian plant Morinda citrifolia.
Fail.
To be affected with pain or uneasiness of any sort. To be ill or indisposed or in trouble.
Porticos.
A colonnade or covered ambulatory, especially in classical styles of architecture, usually a colonnade at the entrance of a building.
Infringe.
To hinder, to destroy, as, to infringe efficacy, to infringe delight or power.
Toy fit.
The lapwing, called also torch.
Indicant.
Serving to point out, as a remedy, indicating.
Circar.
A district, or part of a province, the government, the supreme authority of the state.
Plumbing.
The lead or iron pipes, and other apparatus, used in conveying water, sewage, etc., in a building.
Choke.
The tied end of a cartridge.
Clearing.
The gross amount of the balance is adjusted in the clearing house.
Test.
To put to the proof, to prove the truth, genuineness, or quality of by experiment, or by some principle or standard, to try, as, to test the soundness of a principle, to test the validity of an argument.
Sit.
To rest upon the haunches, or the lower extremity of the trunk of the body, said of human beings, and sometimes of other animals, as, to sit on a sofa, on a chair, or on the ground.
Gizzard.
A stomach armed with chitinous or shelly plates or teeth, as in certain insects and mollusks.
Japanese.
A native or inhabitant of Japan, collectively, the people of Japan.
Spinstress.
A woman who spins.
Equalitarian.
One who believes in equalizing the condition of men, a leveler.
Abutter.
One who, or that which, abuts, specifically, the owner of a contiguous estate, as, the abutters on a street or a river.
Erebus.
The son of Chaos and brother of Nox, who dwelt in Erebus.
Pastoral.
A cantata relating to rural life, a composition for instruments characterized by simplicity and sweetness, a lyrical composition the subject of which is taken from rural life.
Marie.
A Marina.
Cheese.
A low courtesy, so called on account of the cheese form assumed by a woman's dress when she stoops after extending the skirts by a rapid gyration.
Utter.
To put forth or out, to reach out.
Hesperus.
Evening.
Mesh.
Imperfect and past participle of mesh, the opening or space enclosed by the threads of net between knot and knot, or the threads enclosing such a space, network, net.
Multisis.
Having much or varied knowledge.
Resolver.
One who resolves, or formal a firm purpose.
Hysteric.
Of or pertaining to hysteria, affected, or troubled, with hysterics, convulsive, fitful.
Rabarbarine.
Chrysophenic acid.
Sambucus.
A genus of shrubs and trees, the elder.
Waxen.
Covered with wax, waxed, as a waxen tablet.
Anypetalous.
Having 9 petals, or flower leaves.
Gave.
A kind of difficult dance, a dance tune, the air of which has 2 brisk and lively, yet dignified, strains in common time, each played twice over.
Vest.
An article of clothing covering the person, an outer garment, a vestment, a dress, a vesture, a robe.
Unapproved.
Not approved.
Creational.
Of or pertaining to creation.
Notification.
The writing which communicates information, an advertisement, or citation, etc.
Outmantle.
To excel in mantling, hence, to excel in splendor, as of dress.
Trunk.
A long, large box, pipe, or conductor, made of plank or metal plates, for various uses, as for conveying air to a mine or to a furnace, water to a mill, grain to an elevator, etc.
Carbone.
To brew oil, obsolete, we had a cough's head carbon.
Transmuter.
One who transmutes.
Toward.
Ready to act, forward, bold, valiant.
Diamondize.
To set with diamonds, to adorn, to enrich.
Polymorphy.
Existence in many forms, polymorphism.
Breed.
To bear and nourish young, to reproduce or multiply itself, to be pregnant.
Spiraliferous.
Producing spirals.
Decal.
A separate thin wooden frame used to form the border of a hand mold, or a curb of India rubber or other material which rests on, and forms the edge of, the mold in a paper machine and determines the width of the paper.
Band.
To confederate for some common purpose, to unite, to conspire together.
Seimer.
The squirrel monkey.
High.
possessing a characteristic quality in a supreme or superior degree, as high that is, intense, heat, high that is, full or quite, noon, high that is, rich or spicy, seasoning, high that is, complete, pleasure, high that is, deep or vivid, color, high that is, extensive, thorough, scholarship, etc.
Molasses.
The thick, brown or dark colored, viscid, uncrystallizable syrup which drains from sugar in the process of manufacture. Any thick, viscid, sweet syrup made from vegetable juice or sap, as of the sorghum or maple. A remedy against poison, an ancient composition esteemed efficacious against the effects of poison, especially a certain compound of 64 drugs, prepared, pulverized, and reduced by means of honey to an electuary, called also theriaca and romachi, and venistrical.
Bioplast.
A tiny mass of bioplasm, in itself a living unit and having formative power, as a living white blood corpuscle. Bioblast.
Scribble.
A painter's pencil.
Sawing.
Present participle and verbal noun of saw, an instrument for cutting or dividing substances, as wood, iron, etc., consisting of a thin blade, or plate, of steel, with a series of sharp teeth on the edge, which remove successive portions of the material by cutting and tearing.
Paralytic.
Inclined or tending to paralysis.
Alkalinity.
The quality which constitutes an alkali, alkaline property.
Assagai.
A spear used by tribes in South Africa as a missile and for stabbing, a kind of light javelin.
Nates.
The unknowns of a bivalve shell.
Anteriorly.
In an anterior manner. Before.
Crampfish.
The torpedo, or electric ray, the touch of which gives an electric shock, pertaining to the electricity, consisting of, containing, derived from, or produced by, electricity, as, electric power or virtue, an electric jar, electric effects, an electric spark, fish, and torpedo.
Top 4.
Before.
Abrogating.
Present participle and verbal noun of abrogate, to annul by an authoritative act, to abolish by the authority of the maker or his successor, to repeal, applied to the repeal of laws, decrees, ordinances, the abolition of customs, etc.
Swim.
Of swim.
Condensative.
Having the property of condensing.
Repurchase.
The act of repurchasing.
Polish.
A light carriage with low wheels, having a top or hood that can be raised or lowered, seats for inside, a separate seat for the driver, and often a movable front, so that it can be used as either an open or a close carriage.
Velate.
Having a veil, veiled.
Signate.
Having definite color markings.
Being.
Existence, as opposed to non-existence, state or sphere of existence.
Overrighteous.
Excessively righteous, usually implying hypocrisy.
Mesometrium.
The fold of the peritoneum supporting the ovid.
Serve.
To be in service, to do duty, to discharge the requirements of an office or employment, specifically, to act in the public service, as a soldier, seaman, etc.
Cut.
The act of dividing a pack cards.
Ominate.
To presage, to foreshow, to foretoken.
Prelatum.
A prolate spheroid, a solid, all plane sections of which are ellipses or circles. See conoid 2a, of revolution, under ellipsoid.
Astraddle.
In a straddling position, astride, bestriding, as, to sit astraddle a horse.
Marsupial.
A fossil crinoid of the genus Marsupials, resembling a person form.
Peace.
A fact, an item, as, a piece of news, a piece of knowledge.
Caseite.
Of or pertaining to cheese, as, caseinic acid.
Mesatocephalic.
Having the ratio of the length to the breadth of the cranium median one, neither brachycephalic nor dolichocephalic.
Investigation.
The act of investigating, the process of inquiring into or following up, research, study, inquiry, especially patient or thorough inquiry or examination, as the investigations of the philosopher and the mathematician, the investigations of the judge, the moralist.
Shipwreck.
A shipwrecked or destroyed upon the water, or the parts of such a ship, wreckage.
Hebridean.
Of or pertaining to the islands called Hebrides, west of Scotland.
Iferous.
Like a wild beast, fierce.
Polymorphous.
Having the property of polymorphism.
And
To undo, take back, or annul, as a payment.
informing.
Present participle and verbal noun of inform, to give form or share to give vital or organizing power to give life to imbue and actuate with vitality, to animate, to mold, to figure, to fashion.
Urology.
That part of medicine which treats of urine.
Siphonophore.
one of the siphonophora.
Dimbril,
Dimmer, delay in acting or deciding.
Recon,
Past participle of wreak, to execute in vengeance or passion, to inflict, to hurl or drive, as, to wreak vengeance on an enemy.
Art Union,
An association for promoting art, especially the arts of design, and giving encouragement to artists.
Black Book,
One of several books of a political character, published at different times and for different purposes, so called either from the color of the binding or from the character of the contents.
Ignitor,
One who, or that which, produces ignition, especially a contrivance for igniting the powder in a torpedo or the like.
Speaky,
Spetsky,
Sinuous,
well braced with, or as if with, sinews, nervous, vigorous, strong, firm, tough, as, the sinewy Ajax.
Galvanoscope,
An instrument or apparatus for detecting the presence of electrical currents, especially such as are of feeble intensity.
Cerebral,
One of a class of lingual consonants in the East Indian languages, of or pertaining to the tongue, uttered by the aid of the tongue, glossal, as, the lingual nerves, a lingual letter, n.
Trochical,
Of or pertaining to trochees, consisting of trochees, as, trochaic measure or verse.
Biblo,
An illegitimate child, a bastard.
Paint,
To form in colors a figure or likeness of on a flat surface, as upon canvas, to represent by means of colors or hues, to exhibit in a tinted image, to portray with paints, as, to paint a portrait or a landscape.
Accidental,
A sharp, flat, or natural, occurring not at the commencement of a piece of music as the signature, but before a particular note.
Hempen,
Made of hemp, as a hempen cord.
Disquieted,
Imperfect and past participle of disquiet, to render unquiet, to deprive of peace, rest, or tranquility, to make uneasy or restless, to disturb.
Arrogant,
Having no certain course, roving about without a fixed destination, wandering, moving, hence, applied to the planets as distinguished from the fixed stars.
angered,
To swallow with greediness or in large quantities, to devour.
insipidity,
The quality or state of being insipid, vapidity.
vidate,
Stripe longitudinally.
minder,
One to be attended, specifically, a pauper child entrusted to the care of a private person.
clericalism,
an excessive devotion to the interests of the sacerdotal order, undue influence of the clergy, sacerdotalism,
plunge,
heavy and reckless betting in horse racing, hazardous speculation,
syringe,
a kind of small hand pump for throwing a stream of liquid, or for purposes of aspiration. It consists of a small cylindrical barrel and piston, or a bulb of soft elastic material, with or without valves, and with a nozzle which is sometimes at the end of a flexible tube, used for injecting animal bodies, cleansing wounds, etc.
steedless,
Having no steed, without a horse,
submitting,
present participle and verbal noun of submit, to leave or commit to the discretion or judgment of another or others, to refer, as, to submit a controversy to arbitrators, to submit a question to the court, often followed by a dependent proposition as the object.
molding,
Present participle and verbal noun of mold, crumbling, soft, friable earth, especially earth containing the remains or constituents of organic matter, and suited to the growth of plants, soil,
ascendancy,
governing or controlling influence, domination, power.
thankless,
Not obtaining or deserving thanks, unacceptable, as a thankless task,
alive,
forthwith, speedily, quickly,
mhorr,
a West African gazelle more, having horns on which are 11 or 12 very prominent rings. It is one of the species which produce bezoar.
homunculi,
A little man, a dwarf, a mannequin.
snowflake,
A name given to several bulbous plants of the genus Lycoia in Latin vernum, estivum, etc., resembling the snowdrop, but having all the periont leaves of equal size.
grimace,
Resembling or containing groom, thick, concreted, clotted, as, grimace blood.
medina epic,
A subdivision of the Niagara period in the American Upper Silurian, characterized by the formations known as the Oneida conglomerate and the Medina sandstone. See the chart of geology.
eject,
To expel, to dismiss, to cast forth, to thrust or drive out, to discharge, as, to eject a person from the room, to eject a traitor from the country, to eject words from the language.
literatus,
A learned man, a man acquainted with literature, chiefly used in the plural.
hostie,
The consecrated wafer, the host.
sink,
To decrease in volume, as a river. To subside, to become diminished in volume or in apparent height.
stenciling,
Present participle and verbal noun of spancel. A rope used for tying or hobbling the legs of a horse or cow.
grapple,
A seizing or seizure. Close hug and contest. The wrestlers hold.
scroti,
A leak green or brownish mineral occurring in orthorhombic crystals. It is a hydrous arsenate of iron.
club,
To unite or contribute for the accomplishment of a common end, as to club exertions.
compossible,
Able to exist with another thing, consistent.
incisely,
In an incised manner.
repair,
Restoration to sound or good state after decay, waste, injury, or partial restruction, supply of loss, reparation, as materials are collected for the repair of a church or of a city.
nectar,
A sweetish secretion of blossoms from which bees make honey.
recondite,
Hidden from the mental or intellectual view, secret, abstruse, as recondite causes of things.
blacksmith,
A smith who works in iron with a forge, and makes iron utensils, doors, shoes, etc.
trunk,
A box or chest usually covered with leather, metal, or cloth, or sometimes made of leather, hide, or metal, for containing clothes or other goods, especially one used to convey the effects of a traveler.
prairie,
An extensive tract of level or rolling land, destitute of trees, covered with coarse grass, and usually characterized by a deep, fertile soil. They bound throughout the Mississippi Valley, between the Alleghenies and the Rocky Mountains.
sunnivorous,
Subsisting upon blood, said of certain blood-sucking bats and other animals, either one of two or more species of South American blood-sucking bats belonging to the genera Desmotus and Bifila. These bats are destitute of molar teeth, but have strong, sharp cutting incisors with which they make punctured wounds from which they suck the blood of horses, cattle, and other animals, as well as man, chiefly during sleep. They have a ctal appendage to the stomach, in which the blood with which they gorge themselves is stored.
chief baron,
The presiding judge of the Court of Exchequer.
derating,
Present participle and verbal noun of derate, to tear up the roots of, or by the roots, hence, to tear from a foundation, to prove.
chronograph,
An instrument for measuring or recording intervals of time. Upon a revolving drum or strip of paper moved by clockwork, the action of the stylus or pen is controlled by electricity.
circumferenter,
A graduated wheel for measuring tires, a tire circle.
menacingly,
In a threatening manner.
void,
to be emitted or evacuated.
Wisdom.
The quality of being wise, knowledge, and the capacity to make due use of it, knowledge of the best ends and the best means, discernment and judgment, discretion, sagacity, skill, dexterity.
Fideloquent.
Prophetic, fidedical.
Inanity.
An inane, useless thing or pursuit, a vanity, a silly object, chiefly in plural, as the inanities of the world.
Frigidity.
Want of ardor, animation, vivacity, etc., coldness of affection or of manner, dullness, stiffness and formality, as frigidity of a reception, of a bow, etc.
Slant.
Inclined from a direct line, whether horizontal or perpendicular, sloping, oblique.
Cacamixel.
A North American carnivore Bassaricisuta, about the size of a cat, related to the raccoons. It inhabits Mexico, Texas, and California.
Divertive.
Tending to divert, diverting, amusing, interesting.
Chipmunk.
A squirrel-like animal of the genus Tommius, sometimes called the striped squirrel, chipping squirrel, ground squirrel, hackey. The common species of the United States is the Tommius striatus.
Distress.
To seize for debt, to distrain.
Wasteful.
Full of waste, destructive to property, ruinous, as wasteful practices or negligence, wasteful expenses.
And.
Not meant or intended, unintentional.
Massily.
In a mazy manner.
Coke.
Mineral coal charred, or depriver of its bitumen, sulfur, or other volatile matter by roasting in a kiln or oven, or by distillation, as in gas works. It is legally used where smokeless fire is required.
Boat shape.
Shaped like a boat, but elongated and having the upper surface decidedly concave, as the glooms of many grasses.
Flocos.
Spotted with small tufts like wool.
Blackguardly.
In the manner of or resembling a blackguard, abusive, scurrilous, ruffianly.
Lententide.
The season of Lenten or Lent.
Heave.
An effort to raise something, as a weight, or oneself, or to move something heavy.
Supraglottic.
Situated above the glottis, applied to that part of the cavity of the larynx above the true vocal cords.
Loof.
Formerly, some appurtenance of a vessel which was used in changing her course, Probably a large paddle put over the lee bow to help bring her head nearer to the wind.
Partiality.
The quality or state of being partial, inclination to favor one party or one side of a question more than the other, undue bias of mind.
Gascoignes.
Loose hose or breeches, galligaskins.
Mighty.
A warrior of great force and courage.
Disseverment.
The act of disserving, separation.
Emitory.
Diuretic.
Mischarge.
To charge erroneously, as in account.
Polyface.
A white person, an appellation supposed to have been applied to the whites by the American Indians.
Enameled.
Imperfect and past participle of enamel. The intensely hard calcified tissue entering into the composition of teeth. It merely covers the exposed parts of the teeth of man, but in many animals is intermixed in various ways with the dentine and cement.
Rightly.
According to justice, according to the divine will or moral rectitude, uprightly, as duty rightly performed.
Sleepy.
Drowsy, inclined to, or overcome by, sleep.
Tutoress.
A woman who performs the duties of a tutor, an instructress.
Incivism.
Want of civism, want of patriotism or love to one's country, unfriendliness to one's state or government.
Decipherer.
One who deciphers.
Predominated.
Imperfect and past participle of predominate, to be superior in number, strength, influence, or authority, to have controlling power or influence, to prevail, to rule, to have the mastery, as love predominated in her heart.
Igard.
One of an association of religious laymen living in imitation of the Beguines. They arose in the 13th century, were afterwards subjected to much persecution, and were suppressed by Innocent X in 1650, called also Beguines.
Horizontal.
Parallel to the horizon, on a level, as a horizontal line or surface.
Conscript.
One taken by lot or compulsorily enrolled to serve as a soldier or sailor.
Tremolo.
The rapid reiteration of tones without any apparent cessation, so as to produce a tremulous effect.
Causal.
A causal word or form of speech.
Imprison.
To put in prison or jail. To arrest and detain in custody. To confine.
Judgeship.
The office of a judge.
Chapter.
A division of a book or treatise, as Genesis has 50 chapters.
Lithotrity.
The operation of breaking a stone in the bladder into small pieces capable of being voided.
Creeper.
A kind of pattern mounted on short pieces of iron instead of rings. Also, a fixture with iron points worn on a shoe to prevent one from slipping.
Anya.
A genus of large, brilliantly colored moths native of the West Indies and South America. Their bright-colored and tailed hind wings and their diurnal flight cause them to closely resemble butterflies.
Farm.
Any tract of land devoted to agricultural purposes, under the management of a tenant or the owner.
Shell.
To fall off, as a shell, crust, etc.
Little.
A small degree or scale, miniature.
Sideroxylon.
A genus of tropical cypitaceous trees noted for their very hard wood, ironwood.
Indescribable.
Incapable of being described.
Deposit.
To lay aside, to rid oneself of.
Misproud.
Viciously proud.
Backward.
A kind of wine made at Bacharach on the Rhine.
Evergreen.
An evergreen plant.
Empeaks.
A woman's head bent sometimes of metal, for binding the front hair.
Parthenic.
Of or pertaining to the Spartan Partheni, or sons of unmarried women.
Neogamous.
A person recently married.
Waken.
To excite or rouse from sleep, to wake, to wake, to awaken.
Clean.
Free from that which is corrupting to the mortals, pure in tone, healthy.
Rambutan.
A Malayan fruit produced by the tree Nephilium lapissum, and closely related to the lychee nut. It is bright red, oval in shape, covered with coarse hairs whence the name, and contains a pleasant acid pulp, called also rambustan.
Waddle.
To trample or tread down, as high grass, by walking through Italian.
Cornet.
A brass instrument, with cupped mouthpiece, and furnished with valves or pistons, now used in bands, and, in place of the trumpet in orchestras, a brass wind instrument, like the trumpet, furnished with valves moved by small pistons or sliding rods. A cornupian, a cornet.
Capybara.
A large South American rodent Hydrochorus capybara, living on the margins of lakes and rivers. It is the largest extant rodent, being about 3 feet long, and half that in height. It somewhat resembles a guinea pig, to which it is related, called also copy and water hog.
Institution.
That which instituted or established.
Lithofracture.
An explosive compound of nitroglycerin, a liquid appearing like a heavy oil, colorless or yellowish, and consisting of a mixture of several glycerin salts of nitric acid, and hence more properly called glycerin nitrate. It is made by the action of nitric acid on glycerin in the presence of sulfuric acid. It is extremely unstable and terribly explosive. A very dilute solution is used in medicine as a neurotic under the name of glonian.
Sweetener.
One who, or that which, sweetens, one who palliates, that which moderates acrimony.
Timber.
To light on a tree.
Scandalous.
Giving offense to the conscience or moral feelings, exciting reprobation, calling out condemnation.
Tickle.
To excite the sensation of titillation.
Torpor.
Dullness, sluggishness, inactivity, as a torpor of the mental faculties.
Sarcology.
That part of anatomy which treats of the soft parts. It includes myology, angiology, neurology, and splanchnology.
King.
To supply with a king, to make a king of, to raise to royalty.
Prometheus.
Rich in gifts.
Tracheotomy.
The operation of making an opening into the wind.
Bowel.
One of the intestines of an animal, an entrail, especially of man, a gut, generally used in the plural.
Nawab.
A deputy ruler or viceroy in India, also, a title given by courtesy to other persons of high rank in the East.
Hack.
To use frequently and indiscriminately, so as to render trite and commonplace.
Contemptible.
Worthy of contempt, deserving of scorn or disdain, mean, vile, despicable.
Law.
The wooden mold on which hats, bonnets, etc. are shaped.
Saponin.
A poisonous glucoside found in many plants, as in the root of soapwort saponaria, in the bark of soap bark quillaria, etc. It is extracted as a white amorphous powder, which occasions a soapy lather in solution, and produces a local anesthesia, formerly called also strychnine, quillane, sengin, polygalic acid, etc. By extension, any one of a group of related bodies of which saponin proper is the type.
Padlocking.
Present participle and verbal noun of padlock, a portable lock with a bow which is usually jointed or pivoted at one end so that it can be opened, the other end being fastened by the bolt, used for fastening by passing the bow through a staple over a hasp or through the links of a chain, etc.
superstitious,
of or pertaining to superstition, proceeding from, or manifesting, superstition, as, superstitious rites, superstitious observances,
thrusting,
the act of squeezing curd with the hand, to expel the whey,
jester,
a person addicted to jesting, or to indulgence in light and amusing talk,
osculum,
one of the excurrent apertures of sponges.
brush turkey,
A large, edible, gregarious bird of Australia Taligalilatomi, of the family Megapodid, also applied to several allied species of New Guinea.
hemicarp,
One portion of a fruit that spontaneously divides into halves.
revile,
Reproach, reviling.
jigging,
The act or using a jig, the act of separating ore with a jigger, or wire-bottomed sieve, which is moved up and down in water.
pinks,
A word appended to the artist's name or initials on a painting, or engraved copy of a painting, as, Rubens pinks it, Rubens painted this.
muskwood,
The wood of an Australian tree Heterophyllous.
coincide,
To correspond exactly, to agree, to concur, as our aims coincide.
sodden,
Imperfect and past participle of sod, that stratum of the surface of the soil which is filled with the roots of grass, or any portion of that surface, turf, sward.
amura,
One of the orders of amphibians characterized by the absence of a tail, as the frogs and toads.
cumulative,
Augmenting, gaining, or giving force by successive additions, as a cumulative argument, that is, one whose force increases as the statement proceeds.
meliginous,
Having the qualities of honey.
found,
A fountain.
mister,
Ill desert.
shopman,
One who serves in a shop, a salesman.
in concoction,
The state of being undigested, unripeness, immaturity.
impair,
To grow worse, to deteriorate.
nounal,
Of or pertaining to a noun.
minster,
A church of a monastery. The name is often retained and applied to the church after the monastery has ceased to exist as Beverley Minster, Southwell Minster, etc., and is also improperly used for any large church.
jettiness,
The state of being jetty, blackness.
clathri,
Shaped like a lattice, cancellate.
crony,
an intimate companion, a familiar friend.
augury,
An omen, prediction, prognostication, indication of the future, presage.
subtaneous,
Being under the
dimissary,
sending away, dismissing to another jurisdiction, granting leave to depart.
alder,
A tree, usually growing in moist land, and belonging to the genus Alnus. The wood is used by turners, etc. The bark by dyers and tanners. In the United States, the species of alder are usually shrubs or small trees.
lambdoidal,
Shaped like the Greek letter lambda slash, as the lambdoid suture between the occipital and parietal bones of the skull.
pinned,
The round edge, or hemispherical, end to the head of hammer or sledge, used to stretch or bend metal by indentation.
unbending,
Present participle and verbal noun of unbend, remit from a strain or from exertion, to set at ease for a time, to relax, as, to unbend the mind from study or care.
stage,
One of several marked phases or periods in the development and growth of many animals and plants, as the larval stage, pupa stage, zoea stage.
murated,
Put in brine.
accentuation,
Act of accentuating. Applications of accent.
inventor,
One who invents or finds out something new. A contriver, especially one who invents mechanical devices.
metropolis,
The seat, or a bishop whose see is civil metropolis. His rank is intermediate between that of an archbishop and a patriarch.
one,
Imperative of win.
characteristic,
Relating to the art of modeling in wax.
way wiser,
An instrument for measuring the distance which one has traveled on the road. An odometer, pedometer, or perambulator.
processionary,
Pertaining to procession, consisting in processions, as processionary service.
mandatory,
One to whom a command or charge is given, hence, specifically, a person to whom the Pope has, by his prerogative, given a mandate or order for his benefice.
ironist,
One who uses irony.
sue,
To prosecute, to make legal claim, to seek for something, in law, as, to sue for damages.
springe,
To sprinkle, to scatter.
sup,
Imperfect and past participle of sup, to take into the mouth with the lips, as a liquid, to take or drink by a little at a time, to sip.
flocculate,
to aggregate into small lumps.
shift,
In building, the extent or arrangement of the overlapping of blank, brick, stones, etc. that are placed in courses so as to break joints.
Heterophyllous,
A judicial writ founded upon some record, and requiring the party proceeded against to show cause why the party bringing it should not have advantage of such record, or as in the case of Heterophyllous to repeal letters patent, why the record should not be annulled or vacated.
sinciput,
The part of the head of a bird between the base of the bill and the vertex.
egger,
Excited by desire in the pursuit of any object, ardent to pursue, perform, or obtain, keenly desirous, hotly longing, earnest, zealous, impetuous, vehement, as the hounds were eager in the chase.
farley,
To lay down beforehand.
equivalence,
Equal power or force, equivalent amount.
jying,
Undercutting in a bed of coal, in order to bring down the upper mass.
need,
To be wanted, to be necessary.
set,
Regular, uniform, formal, as, a set discourse, a set battle.
quack,
To utter a sound like the cry of a duck.
washerwoman,
The pied wagtail, so called in allusion to its beating the water with its tail while tripping along the leaves of water plants.
smell feast,
One who is apt to find and frequent good tables, a parasite, a spunger.
philostere,
A cubic measure containing 1,000 cubic meters, and equivalent to 35,315 cubic feet.
vulgarity,
Grossness or clownishness of manners of language, absence of refinement, coarseness.
lost,
Parted with, no longer held or possessed, as, a lost limb, lost honor.
culverin,
A long cannon of the 16th century, usually an 18-pounder with serpent-shaped handles.
annals,
A periodic publication containing records of discoveries, transactions of societies, etc., as annals of science.
venereal,
Of or pertaining to venery, or sexual love, relating to sexual intercourse.
denominator,
That number placed below the line in vulgar fractions which shows into how many parts the integer or unit is divided.
impotency,
Fixed and strong desire, especially natural desire, a craving, an eager appetite.
withstander,
One who withstands, or opposes an opponent, a resisting power.
Shade.
To shelter, to cover from injury, to protect, to screen, to hide, as, to shade one's eyes.
Havana.
An Havana cigar.
Pinfish.
The saltwater bream Diplotus holbrooki.
Mango.
A green muskmelon stuffed and pickled.
Tracheoscopy.
Examination of the interior of the trachea by means of a mirror.
Destroy.
To destroy.
Modulation.
Sound modulated, melody.
Curvate.
Bent in a regular form, curve.
Shirt.
Made or gathered into a shirt, as a shirt on.
Boat shell.
A marine univalve shell of the genus Simba.
Blank.
A paper unwritten, a paper without marks or characters, a blank ballot, especially, a paper on which are to be inserted designated items of information, for which spaces are left vacant, a blank form.
Subterrane.
A cave or room underground.
Hymenine.
Of or pertaining to marriage, as hymeneal rights.
Beauty.
Vest.
Emendation.
The act of altering for the better, or correcting what is erroneous or faulty, correction, improvement.
Embrasure.
An aperture with slant sides in a wall or parapet, through which cannon are pointed and discharged, a crenelle of casemate.
Pearl.
Of or pertaining to the thigh or leg, or to any of the parts called crura, as the crural arteries, crural arch, crural canal, crural ring.
Lessener.
One who, or that which, lessens.
List.
To listen or hearken to.
Livery.
The keeping of horses in readiness to be hired temporarily for riding or driving, the state of being so kept.
Keep.
To preserve from danger, harm, or loss, to guard.
Goatery.
Finery, ornaments, ostentatious display.
Bookshelf.
A shelf to hold books.
Symphonizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of symphonize, to agree, to be in harmony.
Chair.
A vehicle for one person, either a sedan borne upon poles, or two-wheeled carriage drawn by one horse, a gig.
Exaggerate.
To heap up, to accumulate. The striking of a balance at regular intervals in a running account.
Spoils a monger.
One who promises or distributes public offices and their emoluments as the price of services to a party or its leaders.
Metathetical.
Of or pertaining to metathesis.
Marbler.
One who works upon marble or other stone.
Internuncio.
A messenger between two parties.
Impetus.
A property possessed by a moving body in virtue of its weight and its motion, the force with which any body is driven or impelled, momentum.
Bargainer.
One who makes a bargain, or contracts with another, especially one who sells, or contracts to sell, property to another.
Ah.
To strike with fear and reverence, to inspire with awe, to control by inspiring dread.
Winnie.
Abounding in wind, gores, or furs.
Rusting.
Present participle and verbal noun of rust, a minute mold or fungus forming reddish or rusty spots on the leaves and stems of cereal and other grasses. Trichobasis rubigo vera, now usually believed to be a form or condition of the corn mildew Puccinia graminis. As rust, it has solitary reddish spores. As corn mildew, the spores are double and blackish.
Biogenes.
A believer in the theory of biogenesis.
Corny.
Containing corn, tasting well of malt.
Extricated.
Imperfect and past participle of extricate, to free, as from difficulties or perplexities, to disentangle, to disembarrass, as, to extricate a person from debt, peril, etc.
Decompound.
To reduce to constituent parts, to decompose.
Power.
The exercise of a faculty, the employment of strength, the exercise of any kind of control, influence, dominion, sway, command, government.
Ossify.
To become bone, to change from a soft tissue to hard bony tissue.
Overfly.
To cross or pass over by flight.
Tenanted.
Imperfect and past participle of tenant, one who holds or possesses lands, or other real estate, by any kind of right, whether in fee simple, in common, in severalty, for life, for years, or at will. Also, one who has the occupation or temporary possession of lands or tenements the title of which is in another, relative to landlord, any species of permanent property that may be held, so as to create a tenancy, as lands, houses, rents, commons, an office, an advocen, a franchise, a right of common, a peerage, and the like, called also free/frank tenements.
flee,
to hasten over, to cause to pass away lightly, or in mirth and joy.
pot pudding,
A bag pudding, a name of reproach or ridicule formerly applied by the Scotch to the English.
rubbish,
Vagrant,
myotum,
one of the embryonic muscular segments arising from the protovertebra, also one of the protovertebra themselves.
evanescing,
Present participle and verbal noun of evanesce, to vanish away, to become dissipated and disappear, like vapor.
intentionally,
In an intentional manner, with intention, by design, of purpose.
tubercled,
Having tubercles, affected with tubercles, tuberculate, as a tubercled lung or stalk.
tellurate,
A salt of telluric acid.
pocky,
Full of pox, affected with smallpox or other eruptive disease.
exsicant,
Having the quality of drying up, causing a drying up.
thimbleful,
As much as a thimble will hold, a very small quantity.
boss,
A swatch or die used for shaping metals.
disgusting,
Present participle and verbal noun of distaste. Not to have relish or taste for, to disrelish, to loathe, to dislike.
wardrobe,
Wearing apparel, in general, articles of dress or personal decoration.
inseparableness,
The quality or state of being inseparable, inseparability.
illness,
The condition of being ill, evil, or bad, badness, unfavorableness.
will-o'-the-wisp,
A phosphorescent light that appears, in the night, over marshy ground, supposed to be occasioned by the decomposition of animal or vegetable substances, or by some inflammable gas, popularly called also will-o'-the-wisp, or will-o'-the-wisp, and jack-with-a-lantern, or jack-o'-lantern.
caryophyllaceous,
Having corollas of 5 petals with long claws enclosed in a tubular calyx, as the pink.
pie,
A magpie, a pie.
spurboard,
A board placed on the forepart of a carriage, sleigh, or other vehicle, to intercept water, mud, or snow, thrown up by the heels of the horses, in England commonly called splashboard.
splenotomy,
An incision into the spleen, removal of the spleen by incision.
obstrude,
To thrust away.
dactylography,
The art of writing or engraving upon gems.
logger,
Originally a German beer, but now also made in immense quantities in the United States, so called from its being laid up or stored for some months before use. What used adjectively, equivalent to the which, the sort or kind of which, rarely, the on, or at which.
Sprinkle.
To baptize by the application of a few drops, or a small quantity, of water, hence, to cleanse, to purify.
Damascene.
To decorate, as iron, steel, etc., with a peculiar marking or water produced in the process of manufacture, or with designs produced by inlaying or encrusting with another metal, as silver or gold, or by etching, etc., to damask.
Scombroid.
Like or pertaining to the mackerel family.
Lineman.
A man employed to examine the rails of a railroad to see if they are in good condition. Also, a man employed to repair telegraph lines.
Abb.
One of a class of bishops whose sees were formerly abts.
Fall.
To issue forth into life, to be brought forth, said of the young of certain animals.
Cliff.
A cliff.
Obmutescence.
A keeping silent or mute.
Vocal.
Of or pertaining to vowel, having the character of a vowel. Vowel.
Friendly.
Appropriate to, or implying, friendship, befitting friends, amicable.
Tide road.
Swung by the tide when at anchor, opposed to wind road.
Rother.
A rudder.
Yoke.
A tie securing two timbers together, not used for part of a regular truss, but serving a temporary purpose, as to provide against unusual strain.
Procrastinize.
Imperfect and past participle of procrastinize, to stretch or contract according to some rule or standard.
Frank.
Liberal, generous, profuse.
Ars metric.
The science of numbers, the art of computation by figures.
Sea laces.
A kind of seaweed cordophyllum, having blackish cord-like fronds, often many feet long.
Pity.
To feel pity or compassion for, to have sympathy with, to compassionate, to commiserate, to have tender feelings toward anyone, awakened by a knowledge of suffering.
Quarreling.
Engaged in a quarrel, apt or disposed to quarrel, as quarreling factions, a quarreling mood.
Millennium.
1,000 years, especially the 1,000 years mentioned in the 20th chapter of Revelation, during which holiness is to be triumphant throughout the world. Some believe that, during this period, Christ will reign on earth in person with his saints.
Animadversion.
Judicial cognizance of an offense, chastisement, punishment.
Flossarian.
A fluoride of cerium, occurring near Fallen in Sweden, teinosite, from Colorado, is probably the same mineral.
Amblyopia.
Weakness of sight, without an opacity of the cornea, or of the interior of the eye, the first degree of amaurosis.
Theocracy.
A mixture of the worship of different gods, as of Jehovah and idols.
Unicornus.
Having but a single horn, said of certain insects.
Bookkeeping.
The art of recording pecuniary or business transactions in a regular and systematic manner, so as to show their relation to each other, and the state of the business in which they occur. The art of keeping accounts. The books commonly used are a day book, cash book, journal, and ledger, a journal of accounts. A primary record book in which are recorded the debts and credits, or accounts of the day, in their order, and from which they are transferred to the journal, cash book, journal, and ledger.
Adultery.
Adulteration, corruption.
Administratorship.
The position or office of an administrator.
Aragonese.
A native or natives of Aragon, in Spain.
Occur.
To meet or come to the mind, to suggest itself, to be presented to the imagination or memory.
Chamlet.
A woven fabric originally made of camel's hair, now chiefly of goat's hair and silk, or of wool and cotton.
Spellbound.
Bound by, or as by, a spell.
Appeller.
One who confesses a felony committed and accuses his accomplices.
Devotion.
The act of devoting, consecration.
Squat.
A small vein of ore.
Forester.
An inhabitant of a forest.
Ancestorial.
Of, pertaining to, derived from, or possessed by, an ancestor or ancestors, as, an ancestral estate.
Drew.
The Egyptian sycamore Ficus sycamorus, a large tree Ficus sycamorus, allied to the common figuratively, it is found in Egypt and Syria, and is the sycamore, or sycamine, of Scripture.
Duty.
Specifically, obedience or submission due to parents and superiors.
Unitized.
Imperfect and past participle of unitize, to reduce to a unit, or bundle, to form into a unit, to unify.
Tarrier.
One who, or that which, tarries.
Possibilities.
That which is possible. A contingency, a thing or event that may not happen. A contingent interest, as in real or personal estate.
Hobblingly.
With a limping step.
Excremental.
Of or pertaining to excrement.
Bespatter.
To asperse with calumny or reproach.
Mop.
A long-haired pet dog.
Scutallated.
Formed like a plate or salver. Composed of plate-like surfaces, as the scutallated bone of a sturgeon.
Discharger.
One who, or that which, discharges, specifically, in electricity, an instrument for discharging a Leyden jar, or electrical battery, by making a connection between the two surfaces, a discharging rod.
Shaftman.
A measure of about 6 inches.
Pelting.
Mean, paltry.
Besomed.
Imperfect and past participle of besom. A brush of wigs for sweeping. A broom. Anything which sweeps away or destroys.
Cross.
Not parallel. Lying or falling athwart. Transverse. Oblique. Intersecting.
Peonage.
The condition of a peon.
Enantiomorphous.
Similar, but not superposable. That is, related to each other as a right-handed to a left-handed love set of certain hemihedral crystals.
Spill.
To be destroyed, ruined, or wasted, to come to ruin, to perish, to waste.
Sleepiness.
The quality or state of being sleepy.
Immemorable.
Not memorable, not worth remembering.
Bedeswoman.
Feminine of beadsman.
Flank.
To border, to touch.
Remnant.
Remaining, yet left.
Duck.
A sudden inclination of the beat or dropping of the person, resembling the motion of a duck in water.
Omnipercipient.
Perceiving everything.
Niggardly.
The quality or state of being niggard, meanness in giving or spending, parsimony, stinginess.
Not more.
Not the more, never the more.
Greenwood.
Any species of Cyclorhis, a genus of tropical American birds allied to the tits.
Samaritan.
A native or inhabitant of Samaria, also, the language of Samaria.
Exsanguineous.
Destitute of dream, or red blood, as insects.
Rab.
Rod or stick used by masons in mixing hair with mortar.
Conoblastidia.
A blastostyle.
Curvated.
Imperfect and past participle of curvet, a particular leap of a horse, when he raises both his forelegs at once, equally advanced, and, as his forelegs are falling, raises his hind legs, so that all his legs are in the air at once.
Prattlement.
Trifling or childish tattle, empty talk, loquacity on trivial subjects, prate, babble.
Exscinded.
Imperfect and past participle of exscind, to cut off, to separate or expel from union, to extirpate.
Triglyphical.
Consisting of, or pertaining to, trig leaves.
Caboline.
Cabolinulose.
Musical.
Of or pertaining to music, having the qualities of music, or the power of producing music, devoted to music, melodious, harmonious, as, musical proportion, a musical voice, musical instruments, a musical sentence, musical persons.
Sportless.
Without sport or mirth, joyless.
Divest.
To be taken away, lost, or alienated, as a title or an estate.
Analogicalness.
Quality of being analogical.
Subduplicate.
Expressed by the square root set of ratios.
Gloom.
Partial or total darkness, thick shade, obscurity, as the gloom of a forest, or of midnight.
Mucin.
Yellowish-white, amorphous, nitrogenous substance found in wheat, rye, etc., and resembling gluten, formerly called also mucin.
Thrillant.
Piercing, sharp, thrilling.
Import.
That which a word, phrase, or document contains as its signification or intention or interpretation of a word, action, event, and the like.
Friller.
A frill.
Hiss.
To condemn or express contempt for by hissing.
Disused.
Imperfect and past participle of disuse, cessation of use, practice, or exercise, enunciation, desuetude, as the limbs lose their strength by disuse.
Mold.
To ornament by molding or carving the material of, as, a molded window gem.
Thumbed.
Having thumbs.
Oretic.
of or pertaining to the desires, hence, impelling to gratification, appetitive.
Refluence.
The quality of being refluent, a flowing back.
Court.
A stanza of 4 lines.
Unwise.
Not wise, defective in wisdom, injudicious, indiscreet, foolish, as, an unwise man, unwise kings, unwise measures.
Visor.
A mask used to disfigure or disguise.
Auburn.
Flakes and color.
Observation.
The information so acquired.
Peaky.
Having a peak or peaks.
Sentinel.
One who watches or guards, specifically military, a soldier set to guard an army, camp, or other place, from surprise, to observe the approach of danger, and give notice of it, a sentry.
Baa.
To cry baa, or bleat as a sheep.
Menorrhagia.
Any profuse bleeding from the uterus, menorrhagia.
Corrupter.
One who corrupts, one who vitiates or taints, as a corrupter of morals.
Taxman.
One who holds a tack or lease from another, a tenant, or lessee.
Propagated.
Imperfect and past participle of propagate, to spread from person to person, to extend the knowledge of, to originate and spread, to carry from place to place, to disseminate, as, to propagate a story or report, to propagate the Christian religion.
Blitheful.
Gay, full of giddy, joyous.
Barmecidal.
Unreal, illusory.
Tempestuous.
Of or pertaining to a tempest, involving or resembling a tempest, turbulent, violent, stormy, as tempestuous weather, a tempestuous night, a tempestuous debate.
Compass.
A flat basket or frail for figs, etc. Hence, a lady's flat work basket, reticule, or handbag, often written kaba.
Shoe.
The part of a railroad car brake which presses upon the wheel to retard its motion.
Mummy.
Dried flesh of the mummy.
Extract.
To take by selection, to choose out, to cite or quote, as a passage from a book.
Thermometer.
An instrument for ascertaining the degree of fermentation occasioned by the mixture of different liquids, and the degree of heat which they acquire in fermentation.
Mortgage.
To grant or convey, as property, for the security of a debt or other engagement, upon a condition that if the debt or engagement shall be discharged according to the contract, The conveyance shall be void, otherwise to become absolute, subject, however, to the right of redemption.
A pressure.
A sense of heaviness or obstruction in the body or mind, depression, dullness, lassitude, as an oppression of spirits, an oppression of the lungs.
Water engine.
An engine to raise water, or an engine moved by water. Also, an engine or machine for extinguishing fires, a fire engine.
Disown.
To refuse to acknowledge or allow, to deny.
Rally.
To use pleasantry, or satirical merriment.
Perco.
A hog.
Contemplance.
The act of the mind in considering with attention, continued attention of the mind to a particular subject, meditation, musing, study.
Glaucescent.
Having a somewhat glaucous appearance or nature, becoming glaucous.
Corrosive.
Eating away, having the power of gradually wearing, changing, or destroying the texture or substance of a body, as the corrosive action of an acid.
Sheldrake.
Any one of the American mergansers.
Paraffine.
A white waxy substance, resembling spermaceti, tasteless and odorless, and obtained from coal tar, wood tar, petroleum, etc. By distillation, it is used as an illuminant and lubricant. It is very inert, not being acted upon by most of the strong chemical reagents. It was formerly regarded as a definite compound, but is now known to be a complex mixture of several higher hydrocarbons of the methane or marsh gas series. Hence, by extension, any substance, whether solid, liquid, or gaseous, of the same chemical series. Thus coal gas and kerosene consist largely of paraffins.
Dewy.
Falling gently and beneficently, like the dew.
Wolfkin.
A little or young wolf.
Cabriole.
A curvet, a leap that horse makes with all fours, upwards only, without advancing, but with a kick or jerk of the hind legs when at the height of the leap.
Pretty.
In some degree, moderately, considerably, rather, almost, less emphatic than very, as, I am pretty sure of the fact, pretty cold weather.
Guile.
A southern Asiatic species of wild cattle Bibos frontalis.
Grease.
Animal fat, as tallow or lard, especially when in a soft state, oily or unctuous matter of any kind.
Grapefruit.
The shadow.
Extension.
Capacity of a concept or general term to include a greater or smaller number of objects, correlative of intention.
Constituent.
serving to form, compose, or make up, elemental, component.
Water bailiff,
An officer of the customs, whose duty it is to search vessels.
puristic,
Of or pertaining to purists or purism.
cephalosome,
The anterior region or head of insects and other arthropods.
credulous,
Apt to believe on slight evidence, easily imposed upon, unsuspecting.
navy,
The officers and men attached to the war vessels of a nation, as he belongs to the navy.
interminable,
Without termination, admitting no limit, boundless, endless, wearisomely protracted, as interminable space or duration, interminable sufferings.
Ara,
The altar, a southern constellation, south of the tail of the scorpion.
drosky,
A low, four-wheeled, open carriage, used in Russia, consisting of a kind of long, narrow bench, on which the passengers ride as on a saddle, with their feet reaching nearly to the ground. Other kinds of vehicles are now so called, especially a kind of victoria drawn by one or two horses, and used as a public carriage in German cities.
brill,
A halo, actual or figurative.
minute,
To set down a short sketch or note of, to jot down, to make a minute or a brief summary of.
square,
To accord or agree exactly, to be consistent with, to conform or agree, to suit, to fit.
conglomerate,
That which is heaped together in a mass or compacted from various sources, a mass formed of fragments, collection, accumulation.
cycloid,
One of the cycloidea.
hemodromometry,
The act of measuring the velocity with which the blood circulates in the arteries. Hemotachometry.
alcoholic,
Alcoholic liquors.
unread,
Not read or perused, as an unread book.
group,
To form a group of, to arrange or combine in a group or in groups, often with reference to mutual relation and the best effect, to form an assemblage of.
flotation,
The act, process, or state of floating.
crave,
To ask with earnestness or importunity, to ask with submission or humility, to beg, to entreat, to beseech, to implore.
grosser,
Pertaining to, or resembling, a gooseberry, as, grossular garden.
bellical,
Of or pertaining to war, warlike, martial.
fly,
The pair of arms revolving around the bobbin, in a spinning wheel or spinning frame, to twist the yarn.
Loquat.
The fruit of the Japanese medlar Photinia japonica, it is as large as a small plum, but grows in clusters, and contains 4 or 5 large seeds. Also, the tree itself.
Infamies.
That loss of character, or public disgrace, which a convict incurs, and by which he is at common law rendered incompetent as a witness.
Spanner.
One who, or that which, spans.
Coronal.
Of or pertaining to occur only in any of the senses.
Instrumentation.
The act of using or adapting as an instrument, a series or combination of instruments, means, agency.
Animadversion.
The act or power of perceiving or taking notice, direct or simple perception.
Plenicorn.
A ruminant having solid horns or antlers, as the deer.
Parch.
To burn the surface of, to scorch, to roast over the fire, as dry grain, as, to parch the skin, to parch corn.
Jockey.
To play or act the jockey, to cheat.
Textualist.
A tegsman, a textuary.
Watercourse.
A natural channel for water, also, a canal for the conveyance of water, especially in draining lands.
Frind.
Furnished with a fringe.
Tercel.
The male of various falcons, especially of the peregrine, also, the male of the goshawk.
Lethed.
Caused by lead.
Overscrupulosity.
The quality or state of being overscrupulous, excess of scrupulousness.
Anti-asthmatic.
Opposing, or fitted to relieve, asthma.
Nutriment.
That which promotes development or growth.
Distort.
To force or put out of the true posture or direction, to twist aside mentally or morally.
Retardation.
The extent to which anything is retarded, the amount of retarding or delay.
Right or no.
A short return or repetition, a concluding symphony to an air, often consisting of the burden of the song.
Brand new.
Quite new, bright as if fresh from the forge.
Neatly.
Fitly, suitably, properly.
Household.
Those who dwell under the same roof and compose a family.
Affinity.
A relation between species or high groups dependent on resemblance in the whole plan of structure, and indicating community of origin.
Etymology.
That branch of science which treats of the laws and phenomena of aqueous vapor.
Terpenolite.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid, CaH12O4 called also terpentic acid, homologous with terebic acid, and obtained as a white crystalline substance by the oxidation of oil of turpentine with chromic acid.
Stylomastoid.
Of or pertaining to the styloid and mastoid processes of the temporal bone.
Entron.
The whole alimentary, or enteric, canal.
Pill.
Figuratively, something offensive or nauseous which must be accepted or endured.
Quail.
To cause to fail in spirit or power. To quell, to crush, to subdue.
Fur.
To line, face, or cover with fur, as furred robes.
Perimeter.
An instrument for determining the extent and shape of the field of vision.
Romaic.
The modern Greek language, now usually called by the Greeks Hellenic or Neo-Hellenic.
Praddic.
Primarily, liberty of converse, intercourse, hence, a certificate given after compliance with quarantine regulations, permitting a ship to land passengers and crew, a term used particularly in the south of Europe.
Octavos.
A book composed of sheets each of which is folded into 8 leaves, hence, indicating more or less definitely a size of book so made, usually written 8 or 8 degrees.
Cranial.
Of or pertaining to the cranium.
Illegalized.
Imperfect and past participle of illegalize, to make or declare illegal or unlawful.
Intergraving.
Present participle and verbal noun of intergrave, to grave or carve between, to engrave in the alternate sections.
Square.
A pane of glass.
West.
Formerly, that part of the United States west of the Allegheny Mountains, now, commonly, the whole region west of the Mississippi River, especially, that part which is north of the Indian Territory, New Mexico, etc., usually with the definite article.
Small.
Not prolonged in duration, not extended in time, short, as, after a small space.
Canton.
A small community or clan.
Nuncio.
A messenger.
Undersaturated.
Not fully saturated, imperfectly saturated.
Elf.
A very diminutive person, a dwarf.
displace,
to crowd out, to take the place of,
suppressive,
tending to suppress, subduing, concealing,
balsamiferous,
producing balsam,
competitor,
one who seeks what another seeks, or claims what another claims, one who competes, a rival,
instructor,
one who instructs, one who imparts knowledge to another, a teacher,
protrude,
to thrust back,
hominicide,
the act of killing a master,
self-explaining,
explaining itself, capable of being understood without explanation,
spiny spirally,
having spines arranged spirally, any small calcareous or siliceous body found in the tissues of various invertebrate animals, especially in sponges and in most alcyonaria.
hawse,
That part of a vessel's bow in which are the hawse holes for the cables.
drafty,
Ready, waste, worthless.
for what,
Pres, indic, first and 3D pers, sing, of for what.
palatal,
An annelid palatal vortis, which, at certain seasons of the year, swarms at the surface of the sea about some of the Pacific islands, where it is collected for food.
large,
Free, unembarrassed.
assure,
To fiance, to betroth.
discovering,
Present participle and verbal noun of discover. To obtain for the first time sight or knowledge of, as of a thing existing already, but not perceived or known. To find, to ascertain, to espy, to detect.
glass crab,
The larval state Phylosoma of the genus Palinurus and Uli genera, it is remarkable for its strange outlines, thinness, and transparency. The larva of the spiny lobsters Palinurus and Uli genera, its body is remarkably thin, flat, and transparent. The legs are very long, called also glass crab and glass shrimp.
biocumen,
Having points in two directions.
starling,
Any passerine bird belonging to Sturnus and Uli genera. The European starling Sturnus vulgaris is dark brown or greenish black with a metallic gloss and spotted with yellowish white. It is a sociable bird and builds about houses, old towers, etc., called also stare and starred. The pied starling of India is Sternopastor contra.
hawking,
Present participle and verbal noun of hawk, one of numerous species and genera of rapacious birds of the family falconid. They differ from the true falcons in lacking the prominent tooth and notch of the bill, and in having shorter and less pointed wings. Many are of large size and great into the eagles, Some, as the goshawk, were formerly trained like falcons. In a more general sense, the word is not infrequently applied also to tree falcons, as the sparrowhawk, pigeon hawk, duck hawk, and prairie hawk.
Repudiate.
To cast off, to disavow, to have nothing to do with, to renounce, to reject. To be a pet.
Excise.
Imperfect and past participle of excise in inland duty or impost operating as an indirect tax on the consumer, levied upon certain specified articles, as tobacco, ale, spirits, etc., grown or manufactured in the country. It is also levied to pursue certain trades and deal in certain commodities. Certain direct taxes, as, in England, those on carriages, servants, plate, armorial bearings, etc., are included in the excise, often used adjectively, as excise duties, excise law, excise system.
Parlando.
Speaking, in a speaking or declamatory manner, to be sung or played in the style of a recitative.
Hymen.
A fold of mucus membrane often found at the orifice of the vagina, the vaginal membrane.
Tarl.
A worthless woman, also, a worthless horse.
Book.
6 tricks taken by one side, in the game of whist. In certain other games, 2 or more corresponding cards, forming a set.
Water chestnut.
The fruit of Tropinetans and Tropibicornis, Old World water plants bearing edible nut-like fruits armed with several hard and sharp points. Also, the plant itself, called also water caldra.
Palestra.
A wrestling school, hence, a gymnasium, or place for athletic exercise in general.
Terpelline.
A polymeric form of terpene, resembling terbena.
Safe.
A place for keeping things in safety.
Runaway.
Accomplished by running away or elopement, or during flight, as a runaway marriage.
Patrist.
One versed in patristics.
Since.
When or that.
Nip.
A notch cut into something.
Dearth.
Dearth, scarcity.
Lunar.
Measured by the revolutions of the moon, as a lunar month.
Stanum.
The technical name of an elementary substance found as an oxide in the mineral cassiterite, and reduced as a soft white crystalline metal, malleable at ordinary temperatures, but brittle when heated. It is not easily oxidized in the air, and is used chiefly to coat iron to protect it from rusting, in the form of tinfoil with mercury to form the reflective surface of mirrors, and in solder, bronze, speculum metal. and other alloys. Its compounds are designated as stannous or stannic, symbol SN stannum, atomic weight 117.4.
Exemplate.
To exhaust or wear out.
Midway.
The middle of the way or distance, a middle way or course.
Semi-cubium.
A half bath, or one that covers only the lower extremities and the hips. A sitz bath, a half bath, or hip bath.
Loveliness.
The state or quality of being lovely.
Onset.
To set about, to begin.
Asceticism.
The condition, practice, or mode of life, of ascetics.
Obedience.
The act of obeying, or the state of being obedient, compliance with that which is required by authority, subjection to rightful restraint or control.
Equanimity.
Evenness of mind, that contemper or firmness of mind which is not easily elated or depressed. Patience, calmness, composure, as to bear misfortunes with equanimity.
Sown.
Of so,
Exhorter.
one who exhorts or incites.
Discommon.
To deprive of privileges.
Ironsmith.
A worker in iron, one who makes and repairs utensils of iron. A blacksmith.
Turn.
To change the form, quality, aspect, or effect of, to alter, to metamorphose, to convert, to transform, often with to or into before the word denoting the effect or product of the change, as, to turn a worm into a winged insect, to turn green to blue, to turn prose into verse, to turn a Whig to a Tory, or a Hindu to a Christian, to turn good to evil, and the like.
Burnstickle.
A stickleback Gasteroceus occultus.
Despoil.
To strip, as of clothing, to divest or unclothe.
Colleague.
Darkened, to render black or dark, as of with coal smut, to begrime.
Oxalate.
A salt of oxalic acid.
Continental.
A soldier in the Continental Army, or a piece of the continental currency, of or pertaining to a continent, no.
Deafening.
The act or process of rendering impervious to sound, as a floor or wall. Also, the material with which the spaces are filled in this process, pugging.
Bailing.
Present participle and verbal noun of bail. A bundle or package of goods in a cloth cover, and corded for storage or transportation. Also, a bundle of straw/hay, etc., put up compactly for transportation.
Rarity.
The quality or state of being rare, rareness, thinness, contrasted with the density of gases.
Cope.
An ancient tribute due to the lord of the soil, out of the lead mines in Derbyshire, England.
Colin.
A very pure form of gelatin.
Oracle.
The communications, revelations, or messages delivered by God to the prophets. Also, the entire sacred scriptures usually in the plural.
Refract.
To break the natural course of, as rays of light or heat, when passing from one transparent medium to another of different density, to cause to deviate from a direct course by an action distinct from reflection, as, a dense medium refracts the rays of light as they pass into it from a rare medium.
Tower.
To soar into.
Pensioner.
One of an honourable band of gentlemen who attend the Sovereign of England on state occasions, and receive an annual pension, or allowance, of £150 and 2 horses.
Securifera.
The Serifera.
Binnacle.
A binnacle.
Follower.
Among law stationers, a sheet of parchment or paper which is added to the first sheet of an indenture or other deed.
Employee.
Having the outer edge prominent, set of the wings of insects.
Granular.
Relating to the brain, cerebral.
Superintender.
A superintendent.
Hydropically.
In a hydropical manner. Formerly, a mercenary foot soldier in Hungary, now, a halberdier of a Hungarian noble, or an attendant in German or Hungarian courts.
Cumber.
Trouble, embarrassment, distress.
Firestone.
Iron pyrites, formerly used for striking fire, also, a flint.
Nicaragua wood.
Brazil wood.
Shadow.
To cut off light from, to put in shade, to shade, to throw shadow upon, to oversp with obscurity.
Embossing.
Present participle and verbal noun of emboss, to rise the surface of into bosses or protuberances, particularly, to ornament with raised work.
Cube.
A regular solid body, with 6 equal square sides.
Diaphonometer.
An instrument for measuring the transparency of the air.
Execution.
The act of sacking a town.
Purvance.
Of providing necessaries for the sovereign by buying them at an appraised value in preference to all others, and of and without the owner's consent. This was formerly a royal prerogative, but has long been abolished.
Forming.
The act or process of giving form or shape to anything, as, in shipbuilding, the exact shaping of partially shaped timbers.
Kettle.
To heave or to retch, as in an effort to vomit.
Communication.
That which is communicated or imparted, intelligence, news, a verbal or written message.
Initial.
Placed at the beginning, standing at the head, as of a list or series, as the initial letters of a name.
Pearly.
One of the fleshy legs found on the abdominal segments of the larvae of Lepidoptera, Supplial, and some other insects. Those of Lepidoptera have a circle of hooks, called also proplig and falcellig.
Cigar.
A small roll of tobacco, used for smoking.
Cessor.
The neglect of a tenant to perform services, or make payment, for 2 years.
Peak.
A cotton fabric, figured in the loom, used as a dress goods for women and children, and for vestings, etc.
Knowledge.
Sexual intercourse, usually preceded by carnal, as carnal knowledge.
Illyrium.
A cathartic substance obtained, in the form of yellowish or greenish cakes, as the dried residue of the juice of the wild or squirting cucumber Eagrass, formerly called Monertica illyrium.
Serrate.
A blanket or shawl worn as an outer garment by the Spanish Americans, as in Mexico.
Casting.
The act or process of making casts or impressions, or of shaping metal or plaster in a mold. The act or the process of pouring molten metal into a mold.
Pulsatory.
Capable of pulsating, throbbing.
Theratophore.
Up to that time. Before then, correlative with heretofore.
Commitment.
A doing, or perpetration, in a bad sense, as of a crime or blunder, commission.
Statistics.
The branch of mathematics which studies methods for the calculation of probabilities.
Cant hook.
A wooden lever with a movable iron hook, near the end, used for canting or turning over heavy logs, etc.
Ill.
Whatever is contrary to good, in a moral sense, wickedness, depravity, iniquity, wrong, evil.
Build.
To raise or place on a foundation, to form, establish, or produce by using appropriate means.
Speaker.
One who is the mouthpiece of others, especially one who presides over, or speaks for, a deliberative assembly, preserving order and regulating the debates, as the Speaker of the House of Commons, Originally, the mouthpiece of the House to address the King, the Speaker of House of Representatives.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.